Chapter 65. Under the blood-red sunset. A giant pitch-black camp quietly stood there, just like a monster crawling in the depths of a canyon. From the inside to the outside, it was filled with a wild and desolate feeling. The black market's walls were made of stone, with a deep trench dug outside, with all kinds of obstacles. There were several hundred black armored warriors holding bows and arrows, meticulously standing on the sentry towers and walls, ready to defend against the Een corpses at any time. Inside the camp, the stone houses were simple, scattered messily. The ground was made of crushed stones, with trash everywhere. Even the air was filled with a strange smell. The streets were filled with cultivators, all wearing different clothes, coming from different places, even different countries. The black market had no order, there were no laws. It was a true lawless place. The strong preyed on the weak. The strong were respected. Whoever was the strongest was the ruler of the black market. It was because of this the black market was filled with fights and killings all day long. Because of this, those who dared to enter the black market all had confidence in their own strength. Otherwise, even if they were robbed on the streets, no one would sympathize. They could only blame their bad luck. It was probably because of the Een corpses' inexplicable riots. Today, the black market's atmosphere was especially tense. Many people were discussing this matter. Chu Tian walked around the black market, asking for information while looking for the Great Zhou country's caravan. Come and see. Come and see. Fox slaves from the southern foreign countries. Their numbers are limited. This is a rare opportunity. Quickly come and see. A short and thin, red-haired old man was leading several strong men, selling slaves on the side of the road. Why do these people look like monsters? Kai Dai was shocked on the spot. The red-haired old man was short, only a meter tall, but the strong men beside him were over 2 meters tall. Their bodies were covered in black fur. They looked a bit like bears. The slaves that were pulled out to be sold were even stranger. Almost all of them were female, and each of them had a hot figure. Although most of them had human characteristics, they had furry tails and fox ears. They looked strange and flirtatious, but full of exotic charm. Are these fox slaves authentic? Several merchants curiously gathered around him. You can consider yourself lucky. These fox slaves of mine were all sent from thousands of miles away, and all of them have pure bloodlines. Look at them. They have big breasts and perky buttocks, and they are also flirtatious and wantonly. They are absolutely the best quality sex toys. The red-haired old man pulled out a fox slave and tore off her bra. Try it and see how it feels. The fox clan is naturally lascivious, and these have been tamed. I guarantee that they will serve you until you wish you were dead. The fox slaves also smiled charmingly. It was simply able to hook people's souls. He didn't feel ashamed at all. The red-haired old man continued. Think about it. In places like this, even those big families don't have non-humankind servants, right? If you buy one and bring it back, no matter if it's for your own enjoyment or to serve your guests, it will definitely be enough to give you face. The merchant was tempted. How much? The red-haired old man quickly reported the price. 10 low-grade raw stones for top-grade goods, 5 low-grade raw stones for mid-grade goods, and 3 low-grade raw stones for low-grade goods. This is the first time I've seen a race other than the human race. Kai Dai didn't come to the black market to shop. Rather, she came to play and gain experience. The slave traders in the black market had a mind for business. They bought ordinary human slaves from the human countries and sold them to the non-humankind countries. Then they bought non-humankind slaves from the non-humankind countries and sold them to the human countries. The price was over 100 times higher. A normal human female slave without any cultivation base in the southern Xia slave market would only be worth a few dozen gold coins. When they were sent to the non-humankind areas, the so-called rare things are expensive. Selling it for 100,000 gold coins wouldn't be too much. The black market was really like the rumors said. There were many things that couldn't be seen in the regular market: foreign race slaves, foreign race weapons, foreign specialties, etc. The continent is vast. There are hundreds of races. There's nothing strange about it. Let's hurry and find the Great Joe Country's caravan. At this time, there were several passers-by talking, which aroused Chu Tian's curiosity. Hey, did you know? The ruins in the valley have been opened again. No wonder there are so many important people coming to the black market. Every time the ruins are opened, the Yin Qi in the valley will increase. You can see the Yin corpses awakening outside. It can't be wrong. There have been many important people appearing in the camp recently. If they didn't come to search for treasures, what else could they be doing? I want to go in and try my luck. Don't think about it. Unless you have the ancient tomb token, you can't enter the 10,000 corpse ancient tomb. In the black market people's discussion, there were some secrets being revealed. The Yin Corpse Valley had a very ancient ruins buried. The strange phenomenon in the valley today was most likely due to the change in the ruins' energy, causing the Yin Qi in the valley to increase, causing the Yin corpses to go berserk. This was truly a new matter. 30,000 years later, ancient ruins, secret realms, treasure troves, trial grounds, these kinds of places that could contain hidden inheritances and treasures, had already been completely excavated and no longer existed. Countless things that were unearthed could not be properly protected or passed on, causing many ancient treasures to be lost to later generations. Whenever Chu Tian read the records of the legends, he would always feel his heart skip a beat, wishing he could be born in that era. Now the opportunity had come. Legendary treasures, ancient ruins, secret realms, and trial grounds. The continent was filled with them. There were many that hadn't been discovered yet. The old civilization, and even the even more ancient Great Ancient Era. That was a history that was over 100 times longer than humanity. In these tens of thousands of years, humanity's level could advance by leaps and bounds. A large part of it was because of the wisdom of their predecessors. There were several epic-level treasure troves that were even recorded in the country's history books. Those hidden treasures that hadn't been excavated, sooner or later they would have a chance, but now was not the time. The ruins in the Yin Corpse Valley were not some great treasures that could change humanity's history, but as the ruins of an ancient sect, it was still worth exploring. Chu Tian's current cultivation was still weak. He should be able to find many useful things. Only how should he go? While Chu Tian was thinking, Xiang Hu excitedly ran over and shouted, "Found it! Found it! The Great Joe Country's caravan is here." Finally found it. The black market planning was too disgusting. It was simply like a maze. It could make people dizzy. The Great Joe Country's caravan was stationed in a large house. The outside was filled with black flags. The gatekeepers were all wearing black clothes, wearing ghost masks, giving off a gloomy feeling. It was most likely because they practiced some kind of evil cultivation technique. There were people from all over the world in the black market. So when these strange people appeared, the three of them weren't surprised. This time they harvested a total of 360 corpse cores, 60 low-grade ones, 200 middle-grade ones, 50-60 high-grade ones, and one top-grade one. Because Chu Tian had put in the most effort, he took 3/4. The other two divided it equally. Even so, the amount was not small. The two of them were very happy. After waiting for a moment, an old man wearing a fierce bronze ghost mask and holding an iron staff walked over. His body was stooped. He coughed twice. His voice was hoarse. "What do you want to trade for?" Xiang Hu excitedly said, "I want to trade for a weapon." The man with the bronze ghost mask opened the bag to take a look. He nodded with satisfaction. "The first room on the left, you can choose a middle-grade spirit level weapon." The continent's equipment was divided into levels. Although the spirit weapon was the lowest level, it was still a level 1 refining material. It was refined by a refiner. It was supported by an array. Its power was amazing. A normal weapon could not compare to a tenth of a spirit weapon. After a while, Xiang, who excitedly ran out. His hands were carrying a wheel-sized giant axe. It was jet black, its body was shining, it released a strong fluctuation. Ha ha ha! Several dozen corpse cores for a spirit weapon worth over 10,000 gold coins. This is too cool. With this weapon in my hand, my strength will at least double. The bronze-masked old man's eyes flashed a trace of disdain. A small country rogue cultivator. He had never seen the world. A mediocre spirit weapon. The Great Zhou country streets were full of them. Chu Tian asked Kai Dai, "What do you want to trade for?" Kai Dai revealed a trace of confusion. Her autumn water sword was a high-grade spirit weapon. She didn't lack cultivation techniques. She didn't know what to trade for. Finally, she said, "I'll trade for a pill." The bronze-masked old man lightly said, "The second room on the right, choose for yourself." Kai Dai came out after a while. Her hands were holding a porcelain bottle. Her face was filled with joy as she said, "There's actually a beauty pill here. This treasure can't even be bought in Central State City." The beauty pill had no effect on one's cultivation. This was a pure beauty pill. Xiang, who was stunned on the spot, risking your life to kill the Een corpses. In the end, you trade for a beauty pill. Kai Dai's face turned red as she said, "So what?" To a woman, appearance is very important. Chu Tian was also a bit speechless, but he wasn't surprised at all. Kai Dai's identity was a mystery. Not only did she know how to disguise herself, she also had a high-grade spirit weapon. She didn't seem to lack money or cultivation techniques. Could it be that she was the daughter of a large family looking for excitement? She secretly ran out to play an adventure game? Although it was hard to understand, it wasn't impossible. This kind of person's thoughts were different from normal people. Chu Tian gave the corpse core to the old man. "I want to trade for materials." The bronze-masked old man opened the bag to take a look. His eyes flashed a few times. He took out a pill from inside, carefully looking at it. It was the one he had obtained from the 100-year-old corpse. "The quality isn't bad. Come with me." The bronze-masked old man personally brought Chu Tian. They walked into the first room on the right. There were a total of 600 crystal jars, neatly placed inside. Each jar had an array engraved on it, preventing the aura of the elixirs from leaking out. Inside the jars were elixirs, glowing, very tempting. Chu Tian was shocked, because in the room there were elixirs that had been growing for hundreds of years. There were even some that were close to 1,000 years old. Normal herbs that had been growing for 1,000 years would become top-quality medicines. In the era that Chu Tian lived in, the continent's population was 100 times that of now. In the developed area of the continent, it was hard to find a 1,000-year-old elixir. An ordinary Great Zhou country caravan, running to a small country to do business. There were several hundred of them. How could he not be shocked? It could only be said, in this era, the treasures were not worth much. Chu Tian's eyes were attracted to the several jars in the center of the table. This was clearly the entire room. The most valuable elixirs, there were 3 purple fruits, the size of a fist, shaped like a baby, faintly letting out a cry. It was very different from the others. Chu Tian's body trembled. "It's the infant soul fruit." The bronze-masked old man was a little surprised. "In a small country like yours, there are people that can recognize this material." Chu Tian was a little excited. Even if he didn't buy anything, just a single infant soul fruit coming to the black market was not a waste. This thing was a great help to Chu Tian, although Chu Tian's performance was very careful. But in fact, Chu Tian was a little weak, because after these days of cultivation, Chu Tian found out that breaking through to the awakened soul realm was not as easy as he imagined, because this place was too lacking in resources. Chu Tian didn't have much time left. If he couldn't break through to the awakened soul realm, the consequences would be unimaginable. With the appearance of this item, it had solved his urgent problem. Actually, not only did equipment have levels, materials also had strict levels and quality levels. Levels were usually determined by their own species. The quality of the material was not only affected by the quality, but also by the age of the material. From low to high, there were herbs, elixirs, sacred herbs, immortal herbs, and godly herbs. A normal herb would become an elixir after a few hundred to 1,000 years, if it grew for over 10,000 years. A normal herb could become a sacred herb. As for immortal herbs and godly herbs, it was greatly affected by the species. If it was a normal herb, it would not be able to evolve to this level no matter how many years it took. No matter how the herb evolved, how its quality increased, its level would not change, unless the herb evolved and became a completely different kind of herb. The materials here were mostly level 1 elixirs. Only the infant soul fruit was a level 2 elixir. Even if they both grew for several hundred years, the value of a level 2 elixir was several times higher than a level 1 elixir. Level 1 elixirs were mostly used by body refinement cultivators. Level 2 elixirs were mostly used by awakened soul cultivators, including this infant soul fruit. The value of these level 2 elixirs far exceeded any of the other herbs in the room. Chapter 66. Chu Tian's gaze stayed on the infant soul fruit for a long time. How could the bronze-masked old man not see what he was thinking? The infant soul fruit is the main ingredient for the awakened soul pill. The price of the awakened soul pill is extremely expensive. If someone at the peak of the 9th body refinement layer takes it, their chances of breaking through to the next realm will increase by around 30%. 30%. So low? That was because his alchemy skills were not good enough. With Chu Tian personally refining the awakened soul pill, he was confident that the success rate would increase by at least 80%. As long as he reached the peak of the 9th body refinement layer, with the help of this infant soul pill, he would be able to directly break through to the awakened soul realm and join the ranks of the strongest in the Central State County. It was such a great temptation. How could he not be tempted? Chu Tian knew his own limits. How precious was the infant soul fruit? How could the few corpse cores he collected in one day be exchanged for a level 2 spiritual medicine? If elixirs were that easy to exchange, awakened soul cultivators would have participated, and the Great Zhou country's caravan would have already been sold. How could it be their turn? Chu Tian asked in a probing manner, "What about the infant soul fruit?" The infant soul fruit is one of the few items with the highest value among the materials brought out by the merchants this time. The bronze-masked old man took out a top-quality corpse core from his bag. It was the live ammunition that Chu Tian had obtained from killing the 100-year-old corpses. If you can collect 100 corpse cores of this quality, or 1,000-year-old corpse monster corpse core, I can consider giving you one. 100 best-grade corpse cores, or 1,000-year-old corpse core. Wasn't this a joke? This was practically extortion. Not to mention the difficulty of killing 100-year-old corpses. Where would he find 20 of these corpses in such a short amount of time? As for the corpse core of the 1,000-year corpse demon, there was no need to even think about it. If a 1,000-year corpse demon appeared in the Chill Wind Canyon, perhaps the entire black market would have already been finished. Even the nearby cities and even the main cities would be affected. Was the 1,000-year corpse demon so easy to deal with? Although a level 2 rare spirit herb was valuable, asking for a corpse demon's corpse core was a little too much. Chu Tian did not want to give up. Once he missed this opportunity, he might not have it again. I can't take out other corpse cores, but I can add 500,000 gold coins to buy an infant soul fruit. Humph! The bronze-masked old man coldly snorted. Chu Tian felt a chill in his heart. An invisible pressure instantly enveloped his body. The bronze-masked old man was clearly unhappy. A small country's low-class currency. Do you think our Great Zhou country's caravan will accept it? Don't waste my time. Choose quickly. As expected, Chu Tian's starting bid was 500,000 gold coins. If it was anyone else, they would be shocked. Level 2 elixirs were very precious. 500,000 gold coins was definitely enough, but this bronze-masked old man from the great joke country was not interested at all. Instead, he was a bit impatient. Helpless. The bronze-masked old man's cultivation was not much weaker than Nangong Yi's. Chu Tian couldn't force him to buy or sell, right? If he accidentally angered him, he wouldn't have a good ending. Then let's exchange it for a source spirit fruit. The bronze-masked old man's figure flashed. Chu Tian didn't even see it clearly. The crystal jar fell into his palm. A hoarse voice sounded in his ear. "You can leave now." Chu Tian reluctantly looked at the dozens of materials on the table. Other than the precious infant soul fruit, the other materials were also very precious. They were all over 1,000 years old. Chu Tian gave a soft sigh. He left in a depressed manner. Kai Dai saw Chu Tian walk out. You want to exchange it for a source spirit fruit?" Chu Tian was curious. "What? You recognize this material?" Kai Dai casually said, "I've eaten a lot of them, but they don't taste good at all." The source spirit fruit was an elixir that could directly increase one's cultivation if it appeared in the Central State Auction House. It could be sold for at least 30 to 50,000 gold coins. How could Kai Dai eat it as a snack? Even if the source spirit fruit was not used as medicine, directly eating it would still increase one's cultivation. Kai Dai's cultivation was not high. Why was that? Chu Tian secretly opened his mind's eye, looking at Kai Dai. Kai Dai's body indeed had a large amount of spiritual energy. It was clear she had eaten large amounts of heaven and earth treasures since she was young. It was reasonable to say that her cultivation should not be like this. Chu Tian carefully observed. He immediately found the problem. Kai Dai had a natural defect. Her meridians were blocked. Her acupuncture points were blocked. She could not absorb spiritual energy. A person with this kind of physique. It was reasonable to say that it was not worth raising because the resources spent on Kai Dai, it was enough to raise several awakened soul cultivators. Even so, Kai Dai still obtained a large amount of resources, forcibly raising her cultivation to the 9th body refinement layer. This was enough to show that her family was very strong. Kai Dai was also deeply doted on by her father. Her background was not simple. Kai Dai's face turned red. "What are you staring at me for? Is there something strange on my face?" Nothing. Chu Tian did not have any interest in digging up Kai Dai's identity. "I plan on using the source spirit fruit to refine pills. I'm currently lacking a few supplementary materials. The black market does not seem to accept gold coins. I plan on exchanging them for source stones. Do you know where I can exchange them?" Gold coins were a low-level currency used in small countries. Source stones were a kind of source energy crystal, widely used in cultivation, weapon refining, and alchemy. It was recognized as a hard currency by most places on the continent. The price of source stones is very expensive. The exchange rate of low-grade source stones to gold coins is around 10,000. The source stone merchants in the black market are very black-hearted. They even raise the price of source stones by several times. Exchanging for source stones here is too much of a loss. Chu Tian knit his brows. "But this place only accepts source stones." "No need to worry. I'll lend you 10 low-grade source stones first." Kai Dai dug into her pocket, taking out a sparkling crystal stone. "Take it." 10 low-grade source stones was equivalent to 100,000 gold coins, or even more. This prodigal woman did not even blink, giving it away. Chu Tian asked with a strange expression, "You're so straightforward. Aren't you afraid I won't pay you back?" Kai Dai gave a free and easy smile. "You're not that kind of person. Moreover, you saved my life. So what if I give you some source stones? You don't need to be polite. Just take it." Chu Tian found that he could not see through this woman more and more. "You clearly don't lack anything. Why did you come to a dangerous place like the Een Corpse Valley?" Kai Dai's brows knit together, revealing a melancholy expression. She only sighed, but did not answer. Kai Dai did not seem to be a rich family's young miss looking for excitement. She left her family and ran here. Most likely she had some difficulties. She did not want to say it. Chu Tian was also too lazy to ask. I never like to take advantage of people. Chu Tian took out 10 crystal cards. Each one here has 10,000 gold coins. Take it. I really couldn't see it. Kai Dai curiously looked at the seemingly ordinary youth in front of her. You're also deeply hidden. 100,000 gold coins was not a small number. A person that could easily take out this much money. He must not be a simple person. Chu Tian received the source stones. It was much easier to buy things. In the shortest time he could buy all the materials he needed, spending a total of 3 low-grade source stones. The things in the black market, although the price was high, the quality was not bad. Chu Tian rented a room. First, he arranged a simple array in the room to prevent his aura from leaking out while he was in seclusion. Then, he set up the pill furnace and used the source spirit fruit as the main ingredient to refine a source spirit pill. The source spirit pill was a very strong pill. It was enough to make a breakthrough to the peak 8th body refinement layer. The moment Chu Tian swallowed the source spirit pill, his spirit energy surged out, instantly covering his whole body. He felt like he was thrown into a furnace. The white spirit energy flowed around his body. It was like a white flame was burning. When Chu Tian absorbed the source spirit pill, he could clearly feel that his strength had greatly increased, very easily stepping into the 9th body refinement layer, the same as Kai Dai, Xiang Hu, and the others. At this time, from the depths of his soul, he suddenly felt a throbbing. This feeling was very subtle, like a breath, like a pulse, like a new life was being born in the placenta of his soul, finally gradually awakening. What's going on? Isn't the birth of a source spirit at the peak 9th body refinement layer? Why do I have this kind of feeling when I just stepped into the 9th body refinement layer? This kind of feeling was very strange, like an ancient power calling out to him. Chu Tian was not unfamiliar with it. His source spirit was about to be born. At this time, an intense pain erupted from the depths of his soul, like a volcano that had been gestating for thousands of years suddenly erupting. The soul was like a mother's placenta. The source spirit was the fetus that was being bred. The birth of a source spirit was like the birth of a fetus. It was extremely painful. If one didn't personally experience it, there would be no words to describe it. This kind of pain surpassed any senses. It was a kind of soul-breaking pain. Fuck. Why is it so painful? Father's previous life wasn't like this. Chu Tian clenched his teeth. His forehead was already covered in sweat. The birth of a source spirit. Unexpectedly, it was so difficult. It was simply like a mother's dystocia. Once the birth of a source spirit failed, the opportunity to break through would be lost. Even if there was a second breakthrough in the future, the potential of the source spirit would be greatly reduced. He had to endure it. If he couldn't even endure this little bit of suffering, then how could he talk about pursuing his dreams? How could he talk about achieving his ambitions, breaking through the barrier of life? The difficulty would be thousands of times more difficult than this. There was no reason for Chu Tian to fall here. Release. Erupt. Be born. Chu Tian gave a low roar. A large amount of ancient runes appeared around his body. It was like an ancient demon god imprint. It was filled with an ancient and powerful aura. A surging aura condensed in his body. Countless runes also gathered together. This aura was already unstoppable. That incomparably terrifying aura mightily surged out, spreading out for thousands of miles. In an instant, rays of light shot out. Above Chu Tian's body, 2 vague illusions appeared. One of them was the vague image of a demon god. The other was a pitch-black ancient demon sword. The moment Chu Tian's source spirit was born, the entire world underwent a shocking change. The entire southern Xia, even the entire continent, was shocked by this inconceivable aura. Chapter 67. Dark clouds covered the Incorpse Canyon. Wild winds blew, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. A chilling, killing intent filled the entire world, as if an ancient spiritual god was about to descend. Hum, hum, hum. The earth violently shook. The entire black market was covered in a strong pressure. The bronze-masked old man in the small courtyard looked up at the sky, his face filled with shock as he shouted, "What is going on?" Southern Xia is a trivial small country. This strength is... In the center of the camp, a gray-haired middle-aged man carrying a sword on his back opened his eyes in surprise. This ancient aura is... Could it be that some old monster from the Een corpse tomb has awakened? No. Impossible. Even if it's those old monsters, they can't release such a strong aura. Lightning filled the sky. The earthquakes continued. The mountain peaks on both sides of the canyon were constantly being shaken. Countless boulders fell down. Countless wandering Een corpses, as if they had met their mortal enemy. They all fell to the ground, shivering in fear. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. Een corpses did not have any intelligence. They were monsters that relied purely on instinct. Just what kind of existence could make the Een corpses act like this? This was just the beginning. That vast divine might suddenly soared into the sky, as if it wanted to pierce through the heavens, into the endless starry sky. Imperial City. A man wearing a yellow robe opened his eyes, looking in the direction of the Central State County. There is a phenomenon in the sky. Something incredible has appeared. A certain sect. An old man that was in seclusion suddenly trembled. A trace of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. This ancient pressure. Just what is it? Inside an ancient palace, a purple-robed figure like a demon god was floating in the air. His body was surrounded by 9 majestic golden dragons. When he felt this pressure, his face twisted, as if he could not resist it. No, this is not right. This power should not appear in this time and space. Just what kind of monster is this? Southern continent, elven forest. A beautiful and beautiful elven king looked up at the sky. His eyes were as bright as the sun and moon. In the human territory, the human race is flourishing. It seems like another terrifying person will appear. In the endless void, a giant ship made of bones was slowly moving forward. This giant ship was incomparably large. It was comparable to a kingdom. Countless powerful beings were prostrating on the ground, worshipping a monarch who stood in the shadows. Suddenly, the Shadow King opened his eyes. His gaze seemed to be able to pierce through time and space, grasping the entire world within. This inheritance seems to have appeared too early. Fate has already been disturbed. The moment his source spirit was born, the whole world was shaken. In just a few minutes, the phenomenon disappeared without a trace. Chu Tian had no idea how big of a sensation he had brought to the world. When everything was over, he lay on the floor, soaked in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of the water. It's actually dual source spirits. Chu Tian awakened 2 source spirits this time. The first source spirit looked very strange. From the outline, it was a pitch-black, humanoid shape that released an ancient and mysterious aura. It was his source spirit. Although he had transmigrated, his soul remained intact. Chu Tian still had the power of his previous life's source spirit. That was great. What Chu Tian never thought was that other than his source spirit awakening, he would also obtain a supplementary source spirit. It looked like a blurry treasure sword. This sword was pitch black, and there were faint, profound runes on it. It was probably because of the main source spirit's influence. This supplementary source spirit also had an ancient aura to it. It was like the great ancient era. When chaos began, the heaven and earth gave birth to a demon god sword. Demon god sword. I'll call this source spirit this name. It wasn't that there weren't people with dual source spirits on the continent, but they were very, very rare. Chu Tian had coincidentally obtained this body. Under the control of a single consciousness, it had two souls, so it gave birth to two source spirits. Central State's Chu family was famous for their sword spirits. Chu Tian's body came from the Chu family, so he had the bloodline of the Chu family. It wasn't strange for his second source spirit to be a sword. Only this sword spirit had been affected by the main source spirit, and its nature had greatly changed. The quality of the source spirit surpassed that of any member of the Chu family. It was comparable to Nangong, Yun's god, level fire phoenix source spirit. A supplementary source spirit was already this strong. How strong would the main source spirit be? Chu Tian had relied on his blessed source spirit in the past, so in a short period of time, he had become the youngest great sage on the continent. But because the main source spirit was too shocking, in order to not cause trouble, the main source spirit had to be hidden as much as possible. Now that he had a second source spirit to support him, as long as Chu Tian didn't deliberately use it, no one would be able to see what his source spirit was. A sword spirit couldn't avoid the path of a sword cultivator. Chu Tian needed to find a good sword and also needed a good sword art. A sword was easy to find, but a sword art was hard. Chu Tian didn't use a sword before, so he wasn't interested in cultivation techniques. So he couldn't bring back a suitable cultivation technique from the future. He could only slowly search for it in this era. After a full day of rest, his strength had recovered a bit. Something bad has happened. Kai-Dai anxiously rushed in. Quickly run! What happened? Kai-Dai explained. Bai Zimo's body was found by his brother and Xiang, who was taken away. If you don't run now, it'll be too late. Chu Tian was stunned. What will you guys do? Kai-Dai shook her head and said, I'm fine. There are many people in the camp. If I bring out my family, they won't dare make a move against me in front of everyone. Quickly run. I'll think of a way to save Xiang, who? He was killed by me. He should find me for revenge. Don't implicate Xiang Hu and you. You're crazy. Bai Zilong is only at the first awakened soul layer. First awakened soul layer? This was a bit troublesome. But with his current strength, he didn't need to fear him. I'll go take a look. Chu Tian ignored Kai-Dai's obstruction and went to the center of the black market. A tall and sturdy man was hung up. His hands and feet were broken. His body was covered in blood, looking miserable. Xiang, whose eyes widened as he angrily roared, he was killed by me, by Zimo, that villain. So what if father killed him? Pa! A whip lashed out. A piece of Xiang whose flesh was ripped off. A 30-year-old youth coldly said, Do you think I'm an idiot? With your trash strength, you think you can kill Bai Zimo? This is simply a joke. Just who did it? Quickly say it. Otherwise, I'll cripple your cultivation. Cripple his cultivation? Everyone's face changed. For cultivators, cultivation was simply the root of their lives. If their cultivation was crippled, then there was no meaning in living. Xiang, who secretly thought that he would not be able to escape today, he gritted his teeth and said, I will take responsibility for my own actions. It was done by me. Good. You're just being stubborn. When Bai Zilong was about to send out a palm. Stop. A normal-looking youth walked out. Xiang, whose face changed. You? Who are you? I don't know you. Even if father dies, I will still be a man of indomitable spirit. Stop making fun of father. Quickly scram. Scram. Bai Zilong was not stupid. He coldly stared at Chu Tian. Who are you? Chu Tian did not waste any words. Bai Zimo was killed by me. Bai Zilong's face changed. What? You killed him? That's right. It was me. Chu Tian laughed and said, Killed with one slash, like slaughtering a pig or a dog. Killed with one slash, like slaughtering a pig or a dog. What kind of disdain and insult was this? Once these words were said, Bai Zilong's face turned red. With a clear eagle cry, the white eagle source spirit appeared, directly sending out two white chi blades, seeking death. Chu Tian's entire body was covered in starlight. Pung pung. Chu Tian was knocked back a few steps, his brows knit together as he rubbed his chest, looking at the blood on his palm. He shook his head and said, "It hurts a lot. My defense isn't strong enough." Everyone had an expression like they had seen a ghost. "Fuck, this isn't considered strong." Bai Zilong is an awakened soul cultivator. You're at most in the 9th body refinement layer, taking 2 attacks from an awakened soul cultivator, and you're not heavily injured. What else do you want? Bai Zilong grinned. Good, good, good. You really have the ability to kill my little brother. Xiang, who and Kai Dai were both shocked. How did Chu Tian's strength become this strong? Bai Zilong's 2 attacks were much stronger than the 100-year corpse. He was a genuine awakened soul cultivator. "I've been looking for you everywhere." Bai Zilong's voice was cold to the bone. "I never thought that you would take the initiative to deliver yourself to me. If I don't cut you into 1,000 pieces today, I won't be able to resolve the hatred in my heart." There have been many people who have said similar things recently. "I'm still alive today." Chu Tian's face was filled with disdain as he said, "I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Die." Bai Zilong soared into the air, just like an eagle. With a terrifying momentum, he suddenly swooped down. His hands turned into giant eagle claws. With a terrifying momentum, he charged at Chu Tian. Mind's eye, glass body. Chu Tian directly displayed his strongest battle state. "I'll break your arms first." Bai Zilong's claws heavily fell on Chu Tian's shoulders. The starlight condensed white glass armor instantly shattered like fragile glass. It had to be said, Bai Zilong was really strong. Chu Tian's strength had increased by a layer, and his spirit energy had increased by several folds. The starlight immortal body's defensive power had also increased by several folds. There was no method under the awakened soul realm that could break through Chu Tian's defense. He never thought that it would be easily torn apart by Zilong. The awakened soul realm was really strong. Scram! With the help of his mind's eye, Chu Tian grasped the weakness of Bai Zilong's protective spirit energy. The moment his right fist punched out, Chu Tian released the power of his source spirit. A black sword image came out from his fist, fiercely stabbing into Bai Zilong's body, coming out from his back. Puchi! Blood sprayed out. Bai Zilong was pierced on the spot. Chu Tian sent Bai Zilong flying with a kick. Bai Zilong revealed a look of disbelief, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, spitting out pieces of his organs. Finally, he powerlessly fell to the ground, dead. One move to kill an awakened soul realm cultivator. Chu Tian did not have it easy. Both of his shoulders had deep wounds. He only used one move on the surface, but it was actually his strongest move. It was also based on Bai Zilong underestimating him. If he did not kill Bai Zilong in one move, Chu Tian would have faced the danger of being defeated. Bai Zilong was a genius. Perhaps he was stronger than a normal first awakened soul layer cultivator. Kai Dai's bright eyes turned round. She couldn't help covering her mouth. She had already guessed that Chu Tian was strong, but she never thought that he would be able to kill an awakened soul cultivator. Bai Zilong was killed like this. The surrounding black market staff were all shocked. Bai Zilong had been in the black market for a while. He was still a character. He unexpectedly died like this. Chu Tian searched the body. He found 3 low-grade source stones, several gold coin cards, and a strange jade token. There were several complex origin energy arrays embedded in this token, and there was a faint fluctuation of restriction coming from them. What is this? Chu Tian did not think too much about it. He casually put it into his chest. Xiang, whose injuries were too heavy, he had already fainted. Chu Tian quickly said to Kai Dai, "Quickly save him." The 2 of them carried Xiang Hu into the room. Chu Tian carefully examined Xiang Hu's body. Xiang Hu's bones and meridians were all heavily injured. His injuries were very serious. If it was not treated properly, there would be serious repercussions. Bai Zilong was really ruthless. Chu Tian spent a few sore stones. He bought some herbs for Xiang Hu, refining several medicines. This stabilized Xiang Hu's injuries. His life was temporarily not in danger. But because his injuries were too heavy, he still needed to rest for 10 days. At this time, a strong aura came. A low voice came from outside the door. "Little friend, can you come out and talk?" Kai Dai felt this voice was very familiar. She remembered, it's the Great Zhou country's bronze masked old man. What is he doing here? Chapter 68. The bronze masked old man's cultivation was very deep, even compared to Nangong. It was not much worse. Chu Tian defeating Bai Zilong, there was a certain element of luck. If it was an awakened soul cultivator like the bronze masked old man, he wouldn't even have a chance of winning. The bronze masked old man came to visit for no reason. They had no choice but to be on guard. But thinking about it, the bronze masked old man was very strong. If he really wanted to make a move against him, there wouldn't be many people in the black market camp that could stop him. So why bother with this nonsense? When the two of them opened the door, the bronze masked old man was standing in the courtyard. His body was stooped. He held an iron staff in his hand. He looked ordinary, but he gave off an unfathomable feeling. The bronze masked old man's eyes flashed with a bright light. 9th body refinement layer, but able to kill an awakened soul cultivator. This is an extremely rare case in the Great Zhou country. This old man was neglectful a few days ago. Please do not take it to heart. Senior, you're exaggerating. What can I do for you? I don't dare to teach you anything. I just feel that it's a pity for you to stay in southern Xia. Why don't you go to the Dazhou Nation? I'll recommend you to join the Dazhou Nation. With your talent, I'll definitely nurture you to the best of my abilities. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. Chu Tian frowned and refused tactfully. But I have many worries in the secular world. If I leave rashly, it will affect my mental state and cause my cultivation to be obstructed. The bronze masked old man was an external affairs elder. He was only responsible for traveling and managing the sex business. These words were just a casual remark. There wasn't much sincerity. All right, everyone has their own ambitions. I won't force you. The bronze masked old man's tone changed. After the polite words were said, he began to reveal his true purpose. But this old man wants to invite you to participate in an operation. I wonder if you are interested. What operation? 1,000 Corpses Ancient Tomb. Chu Tian had heard some related rumors when he arrived at the black market. There used to be a powerful sect here. They awakened the Een corpses and formed an Een corpse army, once ruling over an area. A few thousand years ago, the sect suffered a drastic change and suddenly collapsed. However, the place where the corpses were raised and refined was left behind. It was most likely the 10,000 Corpses Ancient Tomb. This old man isn't trying to harm me, right? It was an ancient tomb that had been sealed for thousands of years. Who knew what kind of terrifying existence was sleeping there? It wouldn't be strange if he encountered a 1,000-year corpse demon. The bronze-masked old man guessed Chu Tian's concerns. The 10,000 Corpse Tomb is a forbidden area of the ancient sects. In order to prevent the Een corpses from rebelling, there is always an array suppressing it. No matter how old the Een corpses are, as long as they are in the ancient tomb, their battle strength will be suppressed to below the awakened soul realm. You don't need to worry about meeting an existence you cannot defeat. Chu Tian was still a little suspicious. He was not a man who trusted others easily. After all, Chu Tian was not an ordinary young man. He knew very well that a person's heart was sinister, so he had to be on his guard. Kai Dai quietly said, I've heard that the ancient tomb's restrictions are very strong. Not only will the Een corpses be suppressed, but all the cultivators that enter the ancient tomb will be suppressed. All of them will be suppressed to below the awakened soul realm. Therefore, in the ancient tomb, one can only display the strength of the body, refinement realm. Really? This was getting interesting. Chu Tian stroked his chin, not in a hurry to make a decision. Under the restrictions of the ancient tomb, it was useless no matter how strong one was. As long as one entered the ancient tomb, one's combat strength would be suppressed to the body refinement realm. For a cultivator like Chu Tian who could jump ranks to fight, he could take advantage of the ancient tomb. Even if it was an awakened soul realm cultivator from the outside world, in the ancient tomb, they could not use their source spirit. Most of them would not be able to defeat Chu Tian. Chu Tian asked, "What do you want me to do?" "Cooperation." The bronze-masked old man replied, "I want something from the ancient tomb. As long as you help me get this thing, you can ask for any conditions." Chu Tian asked, "What do you want?" The bronze-masked old man's eyes flashed. "A corpse king corpse core." Chu Tian sucked in a cold breath. A corpse king needed at least several thousand years to form. If a corpse king was released to the outside world, it was enough to sweep away any awakened soul cultivator. The bronze-masked old man had a big tone. He actually wanted to enter the ancient tomb to kill a corpse king. The bronze-masked old man said, "Even if it is a corpse king sealed in the ancient tomb, its strength is suppressed to the awakened soul realm. However, the corpse king's background is deep. Even if it is sealed, it is not easy to deal with. Your strength is enough to deal with an awakened soul realm cultivator. The people I brought are all geniuses that can jump ranks to fight. If we work together, I think it should be enough." Chu Tian began to weigh the risks. The corpse king was not easy to deal with. This level of monster, it already had intelligence. It could cultivate an evil cultivation technique. Even if it was sealed, Chu Tian did not have the confidence to win. "How can I trust you?" "I am a cultivator. I am also a merchant. This is not my first time coming to southern Xia. It will not be my last." The bronze-masked old man said with a serious face, "My reputation has been built up over many years. I do not need to lie to you." "Reputation? Pay. If father believed in a thing like reputation, it would be better to believe that the prostitutes in the brothel were all virgins." The bronze-masked old man saw Chu Tian hesitate. He immediately increased his bargaining chip. "Whether it is done or not, I can give you an infant soul fruit." The infant soul fruit was something he urgently needed. The bronze-masked old man's condition. Chu Tian could not help but be moved. "One infant soul fruit is not enough. I want all three." "All right." Chu Tian continued to say to the bronze-masked old man, "Everything in the ancient tomb, I want to take half." The bronze-masked old man's eyes changed. "Don't you think you're taking too much?" Chu Tian lightly said, "Capable people do more work. It's a matter of heaven and earth. I don't think that under the awakened soul realm you can beat me." Such a bold brat. How many years has it been since someone dared speak to me like this? Although Chu Tian wanted a lot, the more it was like this, the more the bronze-masked old man could feel Chu Tian's confidence. Now the sect master urgently needed the corpse king corpse core to break through his bottleneck. If he could obtain the corpse king corpse core this time, it would undoubtedly be a great contribution to the sect. Other harvests. It was not that important. The bronze-masked old man thought about it for a few minutes before giving his reply. "All right, we'll split the spoils in half." The bronze-masked old man's background was unknown. But Chu Tian did not want to miss a good opportunity. The bronze-masked old man took out a token from his chest. "You've already obtained by Zilong's ancient tomb token. I have another token. This time, you can bring one more person you can choose for yourself." "I don't know anyone here. I'll give this token to you." Chu Tian gave the token to Kai Dai. "That place is very dangerous. You have to think about it yourself." "I'll go. Of course I'll go." Kai Dai never thought she would have the chance to go on an adventure. She was a person with an adventurous spirit. She didn't even think about it before agreeing. Chu Tian chose an average strength companion. The bronze-masked old man couldn't help feeling disappointed, but he didn't say anything. After all the token was given to Chu Tian, he could bring whoever he wanted. Yesterday, the heaven and earth phenomenon shook the canyon seal. This caused the 10,000 corpse ancient tomb to open ahead of time. This matter cannot be delayed. We need to prepare a bit, and then immediately set off to avoid others beating us to it. Good. The 10,000 corpse ancient tomb had an unknown amount of history. The ancient sect was destroyed several thousand years ago. The ancient tomb had at least several thousand years of history. This was a forbidden area of the sect. Most likely, there were many treasures buried here. Chu Tian was not a person who was afraid of challenges, not to mention this kind of high-reward adventure. Because the ancient tomb opened ahead of time, there was no time to prepare. Chu Tian and Kai Dai took care of the seriously injured Xiang, who they immediately went to meet up with the bronze-masked old man. The bronze-masked old man brought 2 subordinates. The 2 of them were very tall, wearing tight robes. They also wore masks. One of them had a flame mask, the other had an ice mask. This is called Flame Ghost. This is called Ice Demon. The 2 of them are twin brothers. They are the juniors that the sect is focusing on. This time they came out to temper themselves. The bronze-masked old man introduced the 2 of them. Chu Tian could feel that the 2 of them had strong auras. They were both first awakened soul layer cultivators. Their battle strength should be similar to Bai Zilong's. Although he couldn't see their appearances with their masks, they didn't seem too old, truly worthy of being a great Zhou country sect. The 2 juniors were both awakened soul cultivators. The Flame Ghost brothers didn't seem to like talking. They just lightly looked at Chu Tian. Although Chu Tian's cultivation base wasn't high, but the matter of him killing Bai Zilong, the 2 of them had heard of him, so they didn't dare look down on him. Let's go. The 5 of them left the camp. On the way, they met countless corpses. There were several hundred-year-old corpses, but with a super expert like the bronze-masked old man, as well as Flame Ghost and Ice Demon. These corpses weren't a threat at all. They were taken care of in 2-3 moves. The 5 of them arrived at the ruins of the ancient sect. This is where the sect used to be. Kai Dai was very curious as she looked around. Truly spectacular. Before this sect was destroyed, it must have been very strong. A deep depression, yin qi filled the air. It was incomparably oppressive. The ground was filled with broken walls. There were several 100-meter-tall cliffs on the left, and right, there were giant caves, densely packed. There were several thousand of them. They were spread out over several dozen miles. Every cave had a hideous demon statue. Several thousand cave statues. Not a single one was the same. Each statue was 100 meters tall. They looked majestic and evil, making people feel oppressed. A giant palace silently stood in the depths of the ruins. Half of the palace was outside. The other half was buried in the mountain. It was surrounded by an evil fog, filled with an evil and death aura. So. Countless cultivators rushed over, jumping into the palace. This was obviously the entrance to the 10,000 corpse ancient tomb. The bronze-masked old man brought the 4 of them into the palace. The main hall was very spacious. In the center there was a 100-meter-tall demon statue. The demon statue looked very fierce. Not only was it ugly, it also had 8 arms. Around 100 cultivators had arrived. They were scattered around the statue, sitting on the pillars, silently waiting for the ancient tomb to open. The bronze-masked old man brought Chu Tian's group. They also jumped onto a jade pillar, sitting down to rest. A strong bald man sneered. "Isn't this the bronze-masked old man? Our southern Xia ruins. The great Zhou country wants a piece of the pie." A middle-aged man stood up with an unkind expression. This person was also a person from the black market. He had been alarmed by Chu Tian's strange phenomenon. Giant spirit scholar Yang Kuan, Wind swordsman Wan Wui, The bronze masked old man's eyes swept over the two of them. His eyes flashed a trace of fear. Heaven and earth's treasures. Only those with ability can have them. You can come. Why can't I? Kai Dai's face couldn't help changing. Yang Ku and Wan Wui? Chu Tian curiously asked. You know them? Kai Dai slightly nodded. These two are Central State's most famous rogue cultivators. Their strength is very profound. My father wanted to recruit them as retainers, but he didn't succeed. Chu Tian's sword-like eyebrows slightly jumped. He wasn't shocked by their strength. The giant spirit scholar, the Een Wind swordsman, these two were obviously not good people. Kai Dai's father actually dared to recruit them as retainers. What kind of sacred being was her father? The bald giant Yang Kuan laughed and said, Good, only those with ability can have them. It's said that the ancient tomb has a corpse soldier that has been refined. Whoever obtains the corpse soldier will be able to run amok. Yang Kuan want it. The middle-aged man coldly said, Corpse soldier? Not interested. I want the netherworld sword. Whoever dares steal it from me, I'll take their life. Ha ha ha. A burst of clear laughter came from outside. That voice was far and near. It was obviously a person with a high cultivation base. The ancient tomb hasn't even opened, yet you're already dividing the treasures. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? This was clearly a woman, although her voice was very pleasant to hear. It was a bit sharp. Moreover, her tone was very arrogant. It was not something a woman should have. The Een Wind swordsman angrily said, Who is it? Countless flashes of lightning, like tens of thousands of snakes, suddenly jumped into the main hall. Everyone was scared out of their wits. Countless flashes of lightning condensed in the middle of the main hall, gradually turning into a purple figure. This was a purple-robed woman, around 20 years old, wearing a purple veil, her skin sparkling like jade, different from Kai Dai's lightness, different from Nangong Yun's fiery straightforwardness, not like Meng Qingwu's dignified nobility, not like Meng Yingying's naive cuteness. This was a kind of untamed rebellion, like recklessly galloping lightning, unrestrained, unfathomable, willful, strong, and overbearing. Isn't this one of the Central State, 4 young masters, the purple lightning young master Yun Yao? Oh, damn, how come she's here? The competition is getting more and more intense. Kai Dai explained in a low voice. The Central State 4 young masters are the most shocking geniuses of the younger generation. The heavenly sword young master Chu Xinghe is ranked first. The purple lightning young master Yin Yao is at the bottom. She is the only female among the 4 young masters. But Yun Yao is also very strong. She has an extremely rare thunder source spirit. She can control thunder and lightning. She has a very terrifying destructive power. Wan Wui knit his brows and said, You're not staying in Central State City. What are you doing here? Yun Yao disdainfully looked at him. Even the scoundrels can come. Why can't I? Wan Wui flew into a rage. What did you say? Yun Yao's body was covered in lightning. What? You're not convinced. How about we compete? The Central State 4 young masters were no small matter. Each one of them were shocking geniuses. Since they were young, they had been trained by their families. Jumping levels to challenge them was as simple as drinking water. Wan Wui was very angry, but he did not make a move. Humph! I came to the ancient tomb to search for treasures. I won't bother with a junior like you. Yun Yao gave a disdainful snort. No guts. Wan Wui's face sank. He pretended not to hear. At this time, Yun Yao suddenly walked over, looking at Chu Tian, and the others sitting on the pillar. Your positions are mine. Scram. Chu Tian clenched his fists. This woman was going too far. Nangong Yun's temper was not good. Nangong Yun at least valued loyalty and reason, but this woman only did things her own way. It seemed like she did not put anyone in her eyes. Since the purple lightning young master likes to sit here, we'll give it to her. The bronze-masked old man did not want to fight with this person. It was not that he was afraid of her. After all, this was Southern Xia. The Yun family still had some strength. Flame Ghost, Ice Demon, and the bronze-masked old man all retreated. Yun Yao saw that Chu Tian did not move. Her body immediately flashed with lightning. "You still haven't left. Do you want me to send you off?" Kai Dai was also very afraid of Yun Yao. She pulled Chu Tian and said in his ear, "A hero doesn't fight when the odds are against him. Let's go." Yun Yao's cultivation base was at least triple awakened soul. Chu Tian could not beat her. Kai Dai was right. Don't fight when the odds are against him. There would always be a chance to get back at him. The bronze-masked old man's group moved out of the way. Yun Yao casually sat on the pillar. She deliberately looked at Chu Tian with a provocative gaze. She arrogantly said, "You stinky men, all of you are spineless. With just this little bit of courage, you dare compete with me for the ancient tomb's treasures? You haven't even grown your hair, yet you dare. Try your luck. You might as well go back and drink your milk." The bronze-masked old man's eyes became very dignified. He had thought that by recruiting a genius like Chu Tian, this treasure-hunting trip would be 90% in the bag. But now it seemed like it wouldn't be that easy. The giant spirit scholar, the Wind swordsman, the bronze-masked old man, and the purple lightning young master, these four were all extremely powerful characters. Who knew if there were any other powerful characters hidden in the crowd? The difficulty of this treasure hunt would not be low. Chu Tian looked at the purple lightning young master with a depressed expression. "You arrogant little girl, you dare to bully your brother Tian. Just you wait. Don't let me see you in the ancient tomb. Otherwise I'll teach you a lesson." Chapter 69. The giant spirit scholar, the Wind swordsman, the bronze-masked old man, and the purple lightning young master, they were all extremely powerful characters. The cultivators that came to explore the ruins all had a bit of confidence in themselves. Therefore, after entering the 10,000 corpse ancient tomb, not only did they have to face the ancient tomb's restrictions, traps, and monsters, they also had to guard against cultivators plotting against each other. The 10,000 corpse ancient tomb was a dangerous environment. No one could predict what would happen inside. The difficulty of this treasure hunt would not be low. Kai Dai followed by Chu Tian's side. She comforted him in a low voice. "Lu Run, don't be angry. Yun Yao is not an ordinary person. Her background is very big. You can't afford to offend her." Chu Tian had a relaxed smile on his face. He didn't seem to care about what just happened. "No need to worry. My mind is very clear. I know what I should do." Kai Dai felt relieved hearing this. Although she hadn't known this young man for a long time, Kai Dai could feel his style. This person was wild to the bone. So she was afraid he would do something stupid. Yun Yao was born in the Central State Yun family. The Central State four great families, Chu, Luo, Yi, and Yun. None of them were good people. Going against the purple lightning young master for a small matter, it was too irrational. Even if he wasn't killed by Yun Yao, offending this large family, he wouldn't have a good life in the future. Kai Dai didn't think that. Chu Tian was not afraid of trouble. He had already offended 3 of the 4 great families. One more Yun family didn't matter. One less Yun family didn't matter. Around 2 hours later, the main hall began to shake. The 8-armed demon statue in the middle of the main hall suddenly slowly opened its eyes. A vast and powerful aura soared into the sky. Everyone's spirits were roused. It was finally here. The 8-armed demon opens its eyes. The 10,000 corpse tomb opens. The bronze-masked old man had been waiting for this moment. He immediately stood up. "Everyone will work together to open the passage. As for the treasures in the ancient tomb, whoever has the ability can take it. What do you guys think?" The purple lightning young master Yun Yao snorted. "What are we waiting for? Hurry up and do it." Several of the cultivators with the highest cultivation began to release their origin force at the same time. They only felt a weak vibration coming from the ground, and countless runes began to glow like snakes. Like a spider web, they crawled in all directions and gathered at the end of the hall. There was a 10-meter-tall beast head embedded in the wall of the main hall. The originally metallic beast had suddenly seemed to come to life. Its eyes emitted a red glow, and its huge mouth opened bit by bit. A bottomless purple tunnel appeared in the beast's mouth. An ancient death aura slowly spread out. The ancient tomb had been opened. All the cultivators cheered. The colossal spirit householder was the most anxious. He held the ancient tomb token in his hand and directly walked in. In an instant, he was swept up by the purple light and disappeared without a trace. The ancient tomb is open. Everyone, charge! Everyone walked into the light gate. The bronze-masked old man looked at Chu Tian and said, "This is the ancient tomb's transport portal. Once we enter this door, we will randomly appear in the first floor of the ancient tomb." Chu Tian frowned. "Random teleportation? That's right, random transfer." The bronze-masked old man paused before continuing. "The first floor of the ancient tomb is the Abyss of Death." Chu Tian asked, "What kind of place is the Abyss of Death?" "From the information we have, the Abyss of Death's astral winds are very strong. The longer you stay here, the easier it is to be attacked by the astral winds. You have to be careful. Don't get blown into the abyss. Otherwise, you'll never come back. The Abyss of Death's difficulty is average, but there will often be temptations that are hard to resist. Remember, no matter how tempting it is, don't try to get it." Chu Tian remembered this. "After you pass through the Abyss of Death, you will enter the second floor, the Wraith Palace. The Wraith Palace will be attacked by evil spirits. The level of danger is average, but the ancient tomb has been opened several times in recent years. Many weak cultivators have died inside. The souls of the cultivators that died did not scatter after turning into wraith. They will be filled with resentment towards the cultivators that came to search for treasures. So the level of danger has increased." Kai Dai knit her brows. She was clearly worried. "How do we deal with this floor?" The bronze-masked old man said, "Don't be greedy for the treasures in the palace. Quickly pass through. Don't stay. Remember, the longer you stay here, the easier it is to attract spirits. Pass through this floor as fast as possible." "What about the third floor?" "After we pass through the first 2 floors, we'll enter the true 10,000 corpse ancient tomb. We'll meet up on the 3rd floor." Kai Dai excitedly said, "Then let's go in." "Wait a moment." Chu Tian untied the talisman bag. He took out half of the talismans from inside. "These are light, attributed, level 1 talismans. You take care of them. At a critical moment, they can be used to break the evil spirits. You take them with you just in case." Kai Dai revealed a grateful look. "Thank you." Chu Tian slightly nodded. Although he was not familiar with Kai Dai, they were still companions. He should take care of her. Kai Dai's strength was not considered strong, but the ancient tomb had sealed their cultivation. Everyone was pulled back to below the awakened soul realm. The ghosts were not that strong. Kai Dai herself had a high-grade spirit weapon. Adding these level 1 talismans, her safety was guaranteed. "Let's go." The 2 of them held the ancient tomb token as they walked through the light door. In an instant, the surroundings changed, the scenery and sounds all disappeared. The temperature dropped several degrees. Their vision became pitch black. This was a pitch black and empty space. Deep and mysterious, empty and deathly still, it was enough to arouse humanity's most ancient fears. Chu Tian felt the soles of his feet were floating like he was stepping on a small boat on the water, because Chu Tian was standing on a black stone slab. Below him was a bottomless abyss. Looking ahead, there were tens of thousands of stone slabs, all of different heights scattered in the air, forming a long floating road, straight to the end of his vision. An illusion array. Chu Tian closed his eyes and opened his mind's eye. The illusion array was too big. The mind's eye's range was limited. He couldn't find any flaws. Powerful, powerful, the perfect combination of reality and illusion among the designers of this 10,000 corpse ancient tomb. There was definitely a great array master. This is the legendary death abyss. Everyone be careful. Don't fall into the abyss. If you accidentally fall, you will immediately be swallowed by the abyss. Your soul will be imprisoned in the ancient tomb, never to be reincarnated. Everyone had just adapted to the environment, preparing to move forward. In the endless void, a strong astral wind suddenly erupted. That astral wind contained a strong strength. Even a cow would be blown away. Several youths could not react in time. They were blown into the air from the stone slabs. Ah, save me! Save me! The youths waved their limbs, but they could not grab the stone slabs. Falling into the abyss, their pitiful cries stopped. Gone. A living person was gone like this, as if he had never existed. Everyone quickly used their spirit energy to protect their bodies, blocking the astral wind, avoiding being blown into the abyss. This place was too terrifying. One careless step, and they would be consigned to eternal damnation. It made their hearts tremble. It seemed like they couldn't stay here for long. Chu Tian stepped on the floating stone slabs, slowly moving forward. Look, that's source energy crystal stones. So many source energy crystal stones. Several people shouted with faces of pleasant surprise, attracting everyone's attention. On both sides of the floating stone road, there were countless broken crystal stones floating in the air, shining with an alluring light. Source stones. They were all source stones. Several hundred to 1,000. This was enough to make an awakened soul cultivator go crazy. A low-grade source stone could be exchanged for at least 10,000 gold coins. This many source stones were equivalent to several 100 million gold coins. What kind of shocking wealth was this? Chu Tian felt his heart palpitate, but the bronze-masked old man had warned Chu Tian. There were many temptations in the abyss of death. Most of them could not be obtained. If he rashly made a move, he would only die. Although the money was tempting, his life was more important. Chu Tian calmed his mind and began to move forward. At this time, a large man with a full beard excitedly shouted, "There are many treasures in front of us." Treasures? Chu Tian looked up. There was an ancient bronze mirror. It was being blown by the astral wind. The surface of the mirror was flashing with profound runes. One look, and he could tell it was a very powerful treasure. The distance was less than 10 feet. It was hard for people to resist the urge to take the risk. There were more and more treasures appearing around them, cold, glinting, treasured swords, scarlet red treasured sabers, golden silk armors. There were too many treasures here. Were they left behind by treasure hunters, or did they originally exist in the ancient tomb? In short, they were all spirit-grade equipment. Not a single one was common. It made people's blood boil. Chu Tian was not affected. Although the treasures were tempting, he had to be alive to take them. These treasures were all spirit-grade items. Even if their value was high, it was still very limited. It was not worth the risk. The astral wind on both sides was too strong. If he was sucked in, he would be instantly blown away. Chu Tian continued to move forward. The surrounding treasures were even more tempting. A cultivator shouted with red eyes, "Pure een grass! There's actually pure een grass." There were some fragments in the air. The large ones were several meters in diameter. The small ones were like floating stones. All kinds of heaven and earth treasures were growing on them. Pure een grass was a very precious treasure. When the cultivator saw a small island fragment, there were several dozen pure een grass growing on it. Moreover, the island fragment was only 10 feet away. He almost went crazy with excitement. With the help of the pure een grass, I can refine the extreme een sword chi. At that time, within the same level, who can stop me? This is mine. No one can steal it from me. The cultivator roared. White spirit energy surged out from his body. He suddenly jumped, jumping towards the island full of pure een grass. 10 feet, 9 feet, 8 feet. The spirit energy on the cultivator's body quickly dissipated. This was because the further he was from the stone road, the stronger the astral wind was. With his peak ninth body refinement layer cultivation, how could he resist such strong astral wind? When he was about 5 feet away, the cultivator's protective spirit energy was like a candle in the wind, finally completely extinguished. No, no. The cultivator screamed in fear. He wanted to turn back, but it was simply an extravagant hope. The strong astral wind wrapped around his body, blowing him away, leaving behind only a mournful cry of despair in the darkness. This cultivator's miserable state poured a bucket of cold water on the others. Difficult, too difficult. There were countless treasures wanting to obtain them. Was it easier said than done? Chu Tian's eyes flashed. He had the mind's eye. He could observe the changes in the astral wind. The astral wind had a certain pattern. At a certain time it would be at its strongest, but at a certain moment it would weaken. If he made a move when the astral wind weakened, would he have a chance? Everyone continued walking. There were several tragedies. Cultivators tried to obtain treasures, but were blown away by the astral wind. Among them, there was one person who reached his destination, even personally grabbed a treasure, but was swept away on his way back. Everyone could not help but sigh. The abyss of death. It really was a place that devoured people without spitting out their bones. It fully stimulated people's greed, then led them to their deaths. Chu Tian coldly watched from the side. He firmly believed that he had grasped the astral wind's pattern. There was a way. There must be a way. At this time, another small island was blown over. The small island was covered with dark blue herbs. There was also a stone table. On the stone table there was a transparent jade bottle and a ring. It was about 7 feet away. That transparent jade bottle was filled with a refreshing energy. Even though it was so far away, it made people feel their bodies shake. Even the small wounds on their bodies quickly healed. That simple and unadorned ring was filled with a sharp aura. It was clearly a very powerful treasure. Those blue herbs were filled with an alluring aura. Even if it was the most common herb, if it could grow for hundreds or even thousands of years, it would be enough to become a treasure of the elixir grade. The small island was covered with blue herbs. How could people not be moved? This was truly a great fortune. At this time, the astral wind had just passed its peak. It was rapidly weakening. Chu Tian had already grasped the pattern of the astral wind's changes. A good chance. Taking a few steps, he jumped off the stone road, entered the endless void, and flew towards the small island. Chapter 70. Everyone suddenly cried out in alarm. There was actually someone who wanted to die. Did this brat not want to live anymore? Everyone couldn't help stopping in their tracks. They looked at this idiot who couldn't resist the temptation and took the initiative to jump out to die. Chu Tian had just jumped off the floating stone path when his body was immediately covered in a layer of starlight. All around him, the biting cold astral winds suddenly attacked him. Just like blades and nails, they continuously hit his body. The starlight scattered in all directions, and the light gradually weakened. Such strong astral winds. A normal person in such a harsh environment would be instantly torn to pieces. Even with the starlight immortal body, Chu Tian still felt a little strained. Although the astral winds had become smaller, they were still much sharper. Was this really a trap? If he didn't have a strong enough defensive cultivation technique, he would have thought that he had grasped the laws of the astral winds. If he recklessly jumped out, he wouldn't even know how he died. However, this kind of strong astral winds, Chu Tian should still be able to withstand it. Therefore, he didn't have any spare energy as he charged forward at full speed towards the small island in front of him. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Just as Chu Tian felt that the starlight immortal body was about to reach its limit, he finally landed on the small island with a pung sound. His surroundings suddenly loosened, and the astral winds that had wrapped around him like 1,000 knives finally disappeared. Success! He really succeeded. The cultivators on the floating path opened their eyes wide. This brat had actually braved the astral winds and jumped onto the small island. Chu Tian knew that time was life, so he quickly rushed to the stone table. Without even looking at it, he grabbed the jade bottle and the ring, stuffing them into his chest. Other than these two treasures, the small island was filled with thousand-year-old elixirs. There were at least several hundred of them. If he could bring them out, how shocking of a fortune would that be? Hoo. The astral winds around the small island began to howl. The astral winds began to gradually increase in strength. Not good. There was no time. Chu Tian randomly pulled out several stalks and ran while stuffing them into his chest. Starlight continued to condense around his body as he once again activated the Starlight Immortal body to its peak. With a low roar, like a great rock spreading its wings, it jumped high into the air again and flew straight toward the floating path. From jumping out to jumping back, the entire process had only taken a few seconds. However, the astral winds in the void had doubled in strength and continued to strengthen at an astonishing rate. Bang, bang! When the countless invisible blades of astral wind slashed at him, a cracking sound appeared around Chu Tian. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. When Chu Tian was about to return to the floating path, the Starlight Immortal body suddenly exploded. Chu Tian's body was instantly cut by the sharp astral wind, leaving 5-6 deep wounds on his body. If it was an ordinary person, their mind would have been thrown into chaos, and they would have fallen into the bottomless abyss on the spot. Chu Tian, however, remained unmoved. He continued to maintain the steady flow of his origin energy. In the end, under the dangerous situation, he finally landed firmly on the floating path. Chu Tian let out a long breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He looked into the boundless darkness at the astral winds that were wreaking havoc everywhere. This is so fucking dangerous. If I was just a little bit slower, or if my will wasn't strong enough, I'm afraid I would never be able to reincarnate. No matter what. Anyway, the thing was already in his hands. Chu Tian took out the thing from his chest, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He was afraid that he was the only one who could obtain a treasure from this place of death. What was this herb? Looking at its aura and color, there was no doubt that it was a 1,000-year-old herb. No matter how ordinary the herb was, as long as it was a 1,000-year-old herb, it would be a treasure of the elixir level. It was something that could only be encountered, but not sought. It was something that cultivators would fight over. Chu Tian placed the herb in front of his nose and sniffed it. A vigorous essence qi suddenly flowed into Chu Tian's body, allowing him to recover a bit of his consumed yuan qi. Chu Tian's eyes lit up. 1,000-year-old origin essence grass. Origin essence grass was a relatively common consumable that could be refined into a quick recovery origin energy potion. The amount of origin energy consumed was the key factor that determined the outcome. A medicine that could quickly recover origin energy was equivalent to a second life. 1,000-year-old origin essence grass. How strong was its medicinal effect? Even if it was eaten raw, it could instantly restore one's origin energy and increase one's cultivation base without any side effects. With several 1,000-year-old origin essence grass in hand, as long as the other side did not have overwhelming strength, even if he was surrounded, Chu Tian would still have the strength to protect himself. Not bad. This was really not bad. Those Wind swordsmen, giant spirit scholar, purple lightning young master, don't look at how strong they were outside. If they fought with Chu Tian in the ancient tomb, they would not necessarily be able to beat Chu Tian. These origin essence grass could allow Chu Tian to go all out in a fight. He would no longer have to worry about consuming too much origin energy. What was this jade bottle? Chu Tian had just taken out the jade bottle when an enticing fragrance wafted out. The bottle was filled with a glowing liquid. This was life essence water. An entire pool of spring of life could only refine a few drops of life essence water. This water was a saint healing medicine. It could revive the dead. As long as there was still a breath left, it could save a person's life. Of course, this was for awakened soul cultivators. A bottle of saint healing medicine? No, not only that. Chu Tian found that the jade bottle's material was not simple. It should not be a simple container. When he carefully looked at it, he found that there were several ancient source energy arrays at the bottom of the bottle. Chu Tian could see through the effects of the source energy arrays with a single glance, and he couldn't help smiling. A good life bottle. This bottle contained life essence water. It could directly refine life essence water. The jade bottle was made of a kind of jade stone that could absorb life essence. The array at the bottom of the bottle was used to refine life essence water. In other words, the life essence water inside the bottle could not be used up, it could be continuously produced. Naturally, the production speed was very slow. It would take several weeks or even several months to form a bottle. If it was placed in the spring of life outside South Sky City, it would only take 1 to 2 hours to form a bottle. The value of life essence water was shocking. A jade bottle that could produce life essence water. It was simply a priceless treasure. Chu Tian carefully looked at the ring. This ring released a sharp aura, and the source energy array on it was a bit familiar. Chu Tian carefully looked at it for a few seconds, and then he put it on his right index finger without even thinking about it. Perfect! He had taken a large risk this time, but it was worth it in terms of the harvest. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. So many people had failed, but Chu Tian had come back alive. What was going on here? No matter what the reason was, this fellow had obtained a treasure. How could they not be jealous? The most hateful thing was, this fellow had taken it out as if there was no one present. Everyone has seen these treasures. The bearded man angrily roared, "Brat, how can you take it all for yourself?" Another person also shouted, "That's right, everyone has a share." The two of them opened their mouths. Everyone began to boil. "Quickly take it out. I want the ring. I want that jade bottle." The cultivators in front and behind all had red eyes as they slowly surrounded him. This brat was alone. Could he deal with everyone? The bearded man loudly shouted, "Let me tell you, I am an awakened soul cultivator. You giving me the treasure first is your good fortune. Quickly take it out. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. Who told you to take the treasure in front of everyone? Immediately take out everything on your body, and we'll spare your life." Chu Tian silently looked at these evil wolf-like people. His lips curled into a contemptuous cold smile. The ring on his right hand released a strong fluctuation, and a strong aura suddenly erupted. Such a strong aura. The bearded man shouted for the sword Dao ring. He excitedly shouted, "This treasure belongs to me." "You want it." Chu Tian's eyes flashed with killing intent. "Then take it." Chu Tian waved his finger, and a light blue sword chi suddenly shot out. Its speed was too fast. The bearded man was split into two halves on the spot. None of the 4 or 5 people who were in a straight line were spared. They were split in half like vegetables and directly fell into the bottomless abyss, disappearing from sight. Everyone was shocked. This brat was this strong. No, it should be said that the ring was this strong. That sword chi was not inferior to the full power attack of a first-layer awakened soul cultivator. It wasn't that there weren't any awakened soul cultivators here, but under the ancient tomb seal, it was impossible for them to display such a strong strength. It was also impossible for this brat to do so. It was the effect of the ring. Chu Tian coldly swept his eyes over these people. "The treasure is here. Come and take it." These people were like ducks being grabbed by the neck. They could not make a sound. They all opened their eyes wide and looked at Chu Tian with a face full of fear. They were not willing to be the first ones to take the lead. "Scram for me." Everyone was so scared that they opened a path. Chu Tian swaggered over. These people kept quiet out of fear, not even daring to let out a fart. In the end, this world was ruled by strength. Whoever's fist was harder was the master. When they saw Chu Tian's fierce battle strength, how could they still dare to steal his things? After Chu Tian quickly left, he looked at the ring for a while. This sword chi ring was very easy to use. It could condense wind sword chi by pouring in spirit energy. Moreover, it was the sword chi of a first-layer awakened soul cultivator. Its strength was fixed. It was not affected by the ancient tomb's seal. This treasure could allow a body refinement cultivator to display an awakened soul cultivator's attack. To a normal person, it was incomparably precious. For Chu Tian, at his current level, it could make up for his shortcomings. Chu Tian had a strong defense, but his attack power was lacking. The sword chi ring could make up for Chu Tian's lack of attack power. Chu Tian continued to walk forward. There were many treasures around him, but there were only a few that came within 10 feet of him. Moreover, the abyss of death's astral wind seemed to become stronger as time passed. There was no other way. The value of these treasures was not low, but it was not worth risking his life for. Without 100% certainty, Chu Tian would not take this risk. Finally, the suspended stone path came to an end. Chu Tian entered the second floor through a door of light. First floor, abyss of death passed. Second floor, resentment spirit hall opened. The dark and empty world disappeared. Chu Tian arrived in front of a large group of dilapidated ancient palaces. His entire field of vision was covered by a faint black fog. 10 meters away was a blind spot. A cold wind blew through the ash-gray fog, accompanied by the cries of ghosts, making one's heart feel a little uneasy. The bronze-masked old man had said that the first 2 floors tests were not that difficult, but as more and more cultivators died in the ancient tomb, the second floor became more and more dangerous. Because of the cultivators that died in the ancient tomb, their souls were locked, their resentment was very strong. Finally, they turned into evil spirits in the resentment spirit hall. They were incomparably jealous of the cultivators that came after them. Every time they encountered them, they would endlessly chase after them, making it more and more difficult. Chu Tian had just entered the fog when the fog began to boil, as if it had a life of its own. Waves of mournful howls came from all directions, disturbing a person's mind. The ghost fog was not a normal fog. It was a kind of evil energy. A normal person would be sucked dry in a short amount of time. Even a cultivator that was not weak would become weaker and weaker if they stayed here for a long time. This was not a good place to stay. The resentment spirit hall was already filled with danger. Now he had to constantly resist the ghost fog. How could it be easy? At this time, a strong aura came, making Chu Tian's heart slightly startled. Thinking that it was a ghost, he immediately condensed starlight to protect his body. A proud and cold voice came from the ghost fog. "Your defensive cultivation technique is not bad." A purple figure walked out from the fog. Her skin was as white as snow, her jet black hair scattered down her back. Her face was covered with a veil. A pair of bright eyes stared at him. Her temperament was proud, cold, and holy, like a thorny rose. Yun Yao's body was surrounded by thin lightning. Once the fog approached her, it would immediately be repelled. Lightning could repel evil spirits. The ghost fog had no effect on her at all. "It's actually this woman. You really are unlucky." Chu Tian revealed an evil smile. Chapter 71. Chu Tian was not a narrow-minded person, but he did not have a good impression of Yun Yao. People could be wild and arrogant, but they could not wear it on their faces all the time, as if they were the only one in the world. A little girl from a small country with a triple awakened soul. Even I am not this arrogant, so why are you so arrogant? This kind of person had been pampered since they were young, developing an arrogant personality. Adding on to their lack of experience and lack of scheming, they only knew how to show off their superiority. Yun Yao used a commanding tone and said, "There is a treasure I want in the palace in front. Go there and help me lure away the nearby monsters. After the matter is done, there will be a great reward." Yun Yao's tone was filled with disdain. He was just a nameless pawn with an average appearance and strength. With my reputation and strength, how could he not listen to me? Yun Yao was clearly preparing to take some treasure, but encountered a very troublesome monster. She wanted to find someone to lure away the monster, so she found Chu Tian, a monster that even Yun Yao did not have the confidence to deal with. How could a nobody have any hope of survival? This girl clearly did not put other people's lives in her eyes. Insults and bullying, as long as they did not cross the line, Chu Tian could treat it as a joke. After all, with his status, even if he was reborn and became weak, he would not bother with these little girls. How could a dragon care about the ridicule of an ant? At most, he would teach them a small lesson. But now it was different. She wanted him to be a meat shield or even a bait. How could he endure this? Chu Tian did not have the personality to suffer losses. She had already offended Chu Tian once, and now she had offended him again. If Chu Tian still swallowed this insult, then his name could be written upside down. Yun Yao was still arrogant, as she said, "Are you deaf? Why aren't you leaving? You want people to risk their lives to serve you with just one sentence? Do you think you're a fucking king?" Chu Tian's loud roar shocked Yun Yao. This little brat really made people look at him in a new light, daring to use this kind of tone to talk back to me. "I am not an emperor. You should be clear about my identity. I advise you not to be unable to differentiate good from bad. In this central state, who knows how many people are willing to go through fire and water for me? It is an honor for you to be able to work for me. Now, I'll give you another chance. Are you going or not?" Chu Tian laughed happily. "Actually, I'm very curious. Where did you get your confidence from when your cultivation was sealed?" Yun Yao's expression changed. "How dare you?" Chu Tian deliberately mocked. "All right, woman, I know your motive. Please don't take the opportunity to hit on me. You're not my type. I don't want you even if you're paying me. Hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, Big Brother will teach you how to be a man." How preposterous. Yun Yao's face was pale with anger. Did he eat the guts of a leopard? The elders of the Central Plains were all very polite to her. She was one of Central State City's 4 young masters, the only female of the 4 geniuses, and one of the most dazzling beauties in Central State City. She had always been the center of attention. When had she ever received this kind of treatment? How could there be such a shameless person in this world? Why would this young miss bother to strike up a conversation with such a mediocre appearance, mediocre strength, and lowly background? Yun Yao's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. "I thought I couldn't kill you." "There are many people who want to kill me, but none of them have a good ending." Chu Tian's heart was already filled with killing intent. "Do you want to try?" Not knowing, Yun Yao felt her heart palpitate. She had a strong feeling that something bad was about to happen, and it forced her to suppress her killing intent. "Relax, you're still useful to me. I won't kill you." The lightning around Yun Yao's body suddenly intensified, and countless profound runes appeared. However, this lesson is unavoidable. I will let you know that the weak will always be the weak. First, suffer a bit of physical pain. Thunder. Yun Yao's delicate voice rang out, and a purple-red thunder appeared. This woman's source spirit, it was actually thunder. Thunder was one of nature's strongest energies. A thunder source spirit's battle strength was definitely not weak. 4-5 thumb-thick thunder lights soared into the sky, bringing with them a godly might. As if they had a mind of their own, they charged down at the same time. Pang, pang, pung. The thunder light landed on his body, immediately intertwined with the starlight. The thunder was directly blocked by the starlight. Chu Tian calmly accepted the thunder attack, not forgetting to taunt her. Actually, there are many types of thunder source spirits. You're just a lower middle grade one. I've seen the 9 heavens thunder source spirit before. I don't know where you get your sense of superiority from. Frog in a well, stupid to the extreme. Yunyao was shocked and angry. This fellow's cultivation base had not even reached the 9th body refinement layer. Even if Yunyao's cultivation base was suppressed, she was still at the peak 9th body refinement layer. She was confident that she could sweep away normal cultivators at the same level. She was not an ordinary person. She was one of the Central State 4 young masters, the most dazzling genius among the tens of millions of people in the entire county. Thunder source spirit, shocking everyone, making countless people envious. Other than Qi Ming and a few other geniuses, there was no one that could match her at the same level. But this young man's cultivation base had not even reached the peak 9th body refinement layer. You force me. Yunyao's self-esteem was hit, and she was completely enraged. Hundreds of thunder lights shot out from her body. The violent energy directly evaporated a large portion of the dense fog. The thunder lights were like flowing water. They all gathered on her arms, turning her arms into 2 glowing thunder blades. The light was endless. The dazzling light was shocking. It made people unable to look straight at her. Swift thunder slash. Yunyao's figure flashed. Fast. Too fast. Not even a shadow could be seen. The purple figure dragged the 2 thunder lights as it shot forward. Yunyao's speed was more than double that of Chu Tian's. If it was a normal cultivator, they would not be able to dodge her attack. Hyperfocus. Chu Tian gently moved his body, using the slightest gap to dodge the thunder lights. Yunyao used her arm as a blade, heavily slashing down, but missed. Her heart was shocked. This kind of subtle, evasive maneuver, a normal person would not be able to do it. Hyperfocus? He had actually mastered the profound meaning of hyperfocus. When Chu Tian dodged, his left hand swept past her face. Yunyao felt her face become empty. The purple veil had already been removed. Yunyao touched her cheeks. Her face was completely red. Yunyao's true appearance was revealed. It was a beauty that could cause the downfall of a country. It was not inferior to the Meng Qingwu sisters. It was just a different style, each with their own merits. Give it back to me. Chu Tian gave a laugh. The ring on his right hand glowed. It shot out a sharp sword chi. Yunyao quickly summoned lightning to cover her body. The sword chi forced her back several steps, but it did not harm her body at all. Yunyao really was not simple. She could actually block a sword chi attack at the first awakened soul layer. Chu Tian shook the veil in his hand. His face was filled with ridicule. The Central State 4 young masters have an undeserved reputation. You wouldn't be a fake, right? How arrogant was Yunyao. After being repeatedly provoked, she could not hold it in any more. Rushing thunder palm. Countless purple and blue lightning bolts blossomed with a beautiful yet dangerous radiance. The raging lightning energy radiated outwards and melted away a large portion of it. The lightning energy all gathered in her hands, causing Yunyao's white jade-like hands to become lightning hands. Such a strong aura. This time Chu Tian could not help being vigilant. Even a normal first awakened soul layer cultivator would not be able to block it. In terms of attack power, she would not lose to Nangong Yun. Her entire body disappeared, leaving behind 2 streaks of lightning. she instantly appeared in front of Chu Tian. Not only did Yun Yao have the destructive power of lightning, her speed was also like lightning. Chu Tian did not have a chance to dodge. He could only use the starlight to protect his body, forming a crystal-clear armor. Pung! The two rushing thunder palms bombarded Chu Tian's defense. Lightning shot everywhere. Starlight scattered. Chu Tian felt like he had been struck by lightning. Yun Yao felt like she had hit a hard diamond. The rushing thunder palm evaporated most of the starlight, but it did not harm Chu Tian. Instead, she was forced back several steps. Chu Tian took this chance to punch Yun Yao's beautiful face, sending her flying several meters away. Your strength is only SOSO. Chu Tian rubbed his fist, his face filled with disdain. Yun Yao's black hair fell down. Half of her face was swollen. Her heart was filled with shock. This was impossible. How could there be a defense that could block the rushing thunder palm? At this moment, Chu Tian was standing in the same place, unharmed, countless arcs of lightning wrapped around his body. The starlight continued to shine. He was like a god descending to earth, overbearing and strong. Not only was he overbearing and strong, his attacks were ruthless. This kind of beauty that could cause the downfall of a country. Chu Tian did not even think. He just punched her in the face. This could be said to have made Yun Yao stunned. Her mind went blank. A strong sense of defeat filled her heart. Her strongest attack could not even injure the other side. This blow to Yun Yao was a bit too big. She thought she would be a soft bone that could be easily kneaded. She never thought she would kick an iron plate. Why is it like this? The young geniuses in Central State that are stronger than me, aren't there only 3? How could a random nobody be able to beat me to the ground? Just this bit of strength? Weak. Don't mention me. I have a friend who can beat you up. Chu Tian was obviously referring to Nangong Yun under the same level situation. Nangong Yun definitely had the ability to easily defeat Yun Yao. If you have the ability, fight me outside the ancient tomb. Yun Yao clenched her fists, shouting angrily, I can kill you with one finger. Io, you dare threaten me? Chu Tian directly walked in front of Yun Yao. But what you said is reasonable. Then no matter what you say, I can't give you the chance to take revenge. Pung, pung. Chu Tian's right hand pressed on her chest. Suddenly using his fingers, spirit energy rushed into her meridians, sealing a few main meridians. Yun Yao's body trembled. Her snow-white cheeks flushed red. This bastard dares to sully me? Chu Tian did not hesitate to feel Yun Yao's body up and down. He had to say that this girl's figure was not bad. The places that should be big were big. The places that should be small were small. Bullshit 4 young masters. Why don't you change your name to 4 big paupers? Chu Tian found a few bottles of pills, a bracelet, a necklace, and nothing else. He angrily said, These worthless things. You have the nerve to bring them out. I'm king ashamed for you. Yun Yao's beautiful face was flushed red from embarrassment and indignation. She had been robbed. She was one of the dignified Central State 4 young masters, the most eye-catching super genius. Not even 20 years old, she had stepped into the awakened soul realm. Now she was already a triple awakened soul expert. Who would have thought that she would be humiliated by a fellow in the body refinement realm? If she could make it out alive this time, she would definitely tear his corpse into 10,000 pieces. Relax, I won't kill you, because you still have a use for me. Chu Tian opened Yun Yao's meridians. Right now, I am very interested in the treasure you saw. You go lure that strong person away. Let me go in and take the thing. After this matter is done, there will be a heavy reward. Yun Yao was about to explode from anger. Wasn't this what she had said before? Coming out from Chu Tian's mouth. This was simply slapping her face. Shame. Shame. This was simply a great shame. Chu Tian fiercely said, Why are you still standing there like an idiot? You are now my captive. Why aren't you going to help me? Bastard. How can I, Yun Yao, be held hostage by a thief like you. Yun Yao was completely enraged. Releasing lightning again, she rushed forward again. I will perish together with you. After a few rounds, Yun Yao was knocked down again. Chu Tian clutched his chest, a trace of blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. His hair and clothes were burnt black, emitting black smoke. It was clear that he had also suffered some injuries. This girl was too troublesome. Even if Chu Tian could suppress her, the advantage was not too obvious. Yun Yao was even more embarrassed. Her hair was a mess. Her image was gone. Her cold and beautiful face was swollen. Her expression was hysterical. If you have the ability, then kill me. Otherwise, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. She rushed forward again. Fuck! Her temper was quite fierce. This stubbornness had angered Chu Tian. No matter, dealing with this kind of woman, your brother Tian has a lot of experience. You're not convinced, right? Chu Tian easily knocked Yun Yao down. A slap landed on her plump, but lousy will beat you until you're convinced. Yun Yao's mind went blank. He actually hit my butt. Chapter 72. Her mind went blank. Yun Yao was 20 years old and one of the 4 young masters. She had been the apple of her eye since she was a child. Her nature was tyrannical and strong. She had always done things her own way and was used to bullying others. When had she ever been bullied, let alone being spanked by a man? Pa! Yun Yao did not have time to react. That plump and tight buttocks were slapped heavily again. This woman's figure was not as good as Meng Qingwu's, but it was very good to the touch. It was very bouncy, making people feel very comfortable. She was also one of the 4 young masters. To be able to personally teach this kind of person a lesson, just the sense of accomplishment was enough to make people feel good. Chu Tian asked again, "Are you going or not?" Yun Yao stared at him with her beautiful eyes. "Don't even think about it." Chu Tian continued to beat her. Yun Yao completely collapsed, actually crying on the spot. "You humiliate me like this. I won't let you go. I won't let you go. I will definitely kill you." It's natural for you to humiliate others, but you won't allow others to humiliate you. Haven't you heard that those who humiliate others will always be humiliated? Chu Tian did not know how to be gentle with the fairer sex. He hit her, but a few more times. "I'll ask you one last time. Are you going or not? Are you going to kill me? I owe such a hard bone." Chu Tian smiled evilly and said, "There's no other way. Don't worry, I won't kill you. But I am a person who likes to ruin flowers." You dare. Why wouldn't I dare?" Chu Tian's face was fierce as he said, "I've decided, first I'll rape you 10 or 20 times. Then I'll destroy your cultivation and disfigure your face." She had seen ruthless. She had never seen someone this ruthless. You pervert." Yun Yao completely panicked. "Stop. If you dare treat me like this, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." If it was really like this, she simply did not have the courage to continue living. "You think I don't dare?" Chu Tian did not have the slightest bit of pity. "I'll ask you one last time. Are you going or not?" Yun Yao clenched her jade teeth. Her eyes filled with mist. I'll go." Chu Tian fiercely slapped her, but again, "Do you know what you're doing?" Yun Yao was about to go crazy with anger. I know." Chu Tian patted him again. "Will you take revenge?" Yun Yao's eyes widened as she roared again. "Nonsense! I can't wait to cut you into 1,000 pieces, eat your flesh, and drink your blood. I'll grind your bones to dust." "Damn it, so ruthless. How could that be?" Chu Tian pretended to pull off Yun Yao's clothes. "I don't have a choice. I can't leave a future problem for myself. Even though you're not my type, I'll have to do it." Stop. No more revenge. I won't take revenge." Yun Yao's tears fell again. "Stop. You really won't take revenge." Really? All right, I'll trust you this once. Yunyao's buttocks were burning hot, and the hatred in her heart couldn't help but deepen. As for promising not to take revenge, pooh, how could he not take revenge? As long as she left the ancient tomb, the first thing she would do would be to kill this bastard. How could Chu Tian not see through her thoughts? He didn't take it to heart. Why aren't you leading the way? Is your buttocks itchy again? Can I help you rub them? Yunyao's face was as red as a monkey's buttocks. She gritted her teeth so hard that they were about to break. She was the one who found that place first. She didn't think that it would benefit this bastard. As long as there's life, there's hope. Just you wait and see. Yunyao glared at Chu Tian. He looked so ordinary and had no reputation at all, but his personality was even crazier than hers. Yunyao couldn't do anything about it. She originally wanted to kidnap Chu Tian, but she was the one being kidnapped instead. Yunyao had no choice but to bring Chu Tian over. In the fog, the silhouette of a pitch-black palace could be faintly seen. The Black Palace was located in the center of the palace complex. At the same time, it was the place with the densest inqi. Even through the thick fog, one could still feel the ancient aura from the palace. The treasure hidden inside was probably not that simple. Yunyao gritted her teeth in dissatisfaction. Did she really have to lure away the ghost inside? Did she really have to let this bastard benefit? Just when Yunyao had no choice but to go in, Chu Tian suddenly realized something. He immediately called out to Yunyao, "Wait a minute!" While Yunyao was in a daze, the sound of explosions came from the fog. It was faintly accompanied by the cries of ghosts. She revealed a surprised expression. There seemed to be people inside. "Quickly run!" 3 cultivators rushed out in a sorry state. A ghostly figure followed, closely behind. Its entire body was shrouded in mist, and its face was hideous and sinister. It held a black trident that was shrouded in blue ghost flames. Wherever it passed, a cold wind blew, and its speed was extremely fast. Chu Tian was shocked. "It's the spirit demon." The spirit demon was an extremely powerful spirit. It took hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation for a malicious spirit to form. If it was in a situation where it wasn't sealed, Yunyao wouldn't be a match for a spirit demon. Even if the spirit demon was sealed in the ancient tomb, with its mysterious abilities, it was enough to fight against an awakened soul realm expert. Ah, the spirit demon let out a sharp cry. Yunyao felt as if a nail had pierced into her mind. It instantly caused her intense pain. Her eyes turned black. Her body became numb, and she lost consciousness. Chu Tian shouted, "Wake up!" Yunyao's body trembled. She instantly recovered. She revealed an aghast expression. It was attacking her mind. The cultivators did not have this kind of luck. The spirit demon's trident released a blue ghost flame. The ghost flame ignited one of the cultivators. He miserably cried out on the ground. He desperately rolled around. The ghost flame was not a normal flame. It could not be extinguished with normal methods. His skin quickly became wrinkled. His hair quickly turned white. In just a few seconds, the young and strong lad had turned into a skinny old man with 1 foot in the grave. The spirit demon took a deep breath. The ghost flame and the cultivator's essence were all absorbed back into his body. Such a terrifying method. The 2 cultivators were scared out of their wits. They quickly ran away. Seeing Chu Tian and Yunyao, it was like they were grasping at straws. "Help! Help!" Yunyao's face suddenly changed. That ghost was led over by them. Chu Tian had the heart to save them, but it was too late. Aho! The spirit demon's weapon stabbed into the ground. The blue ghost flame once again spouted out. The ground was burned into a long ditch. It was like a blue demonic dragon was wriggling across the ground. The 2 cultivators could not dodge in time. The ghost flame devoured their bodies, and they died on the spot. Chu Tian and Yun Yao dodged to the left and right. They did not dare touch the ghost flame that was burning their life force. Thunder! Yun Yao shouted in the air. She summoned the power of her thunder source spirit. Her 10 fingers suddenly stretched out, and countless streaks of thunder shot out. The spirit demon did not have a physical body. Its body was in a state of nothingness. It was invisible and hard to attack. Normal martial arts had no effect on it. The trident blocked it. Dozens of streaks of thunder were sucked in by the trident. Yun Yao revealed an aghast expression. A ghost could block the thunder attack. How was this possible? Thunder was the nemesis of evil spirits. Chu Tian was not surprised. The spirit demon has been in the ancient tomb for too long. Although its cultivation has been sealed, its foundation is very deep. Using the yin energy in its body to block the thunder, this is very rare. Yun Yao continued to release thunder. Her face was already pale. I can't hold on much longer. Are you still watching? Chu Tian leisurely took out a talisman. His 2 legs kicked out. With a so, the spirit demon was not simple. While he was blocking Yun Yao's attack with his trident, he also released a hand. Several blue ghost flames shot towards Chu Tian. 2 streaks of sword chi cut through the ghost flames. Chu Tian smoothly charged in front of the spirit demon. The glowing talisman slammed into the spirit demon's body. In that instant, the light was released. It was like a small sun had exploded. The golden white light enveloped the spirit demon. It instantly melted the spirit demon's body. Good chance. Yun Yao took this chance to condense even stronger thunder energy. Taking advantage of the spirit demon being heavily injured, she used the thunder to tear the spirit demon apart. The flickering thunder light shot out, creating several large holes in the ground. Chu Tian quickly dodged. The position he was just standing at was also struck by a bolt of thunder. Fuck! You woman! You actually took the chance to deal with me. Yun Yao's eyes flashed with a trace of pity. I only used too much strength. It would be strange if I believed you. The most poisonous thing is a woman's heart. I might as well just kill him. I don't want to keep a scourge by my side. Yun Yao saw Chu Tian's uncertain expression. Her heart skipped a beat. What do you want to do? I really didn't do it on purpose. Chu Tian really wanted to kill her, but looking at the Black Palace, his killing intent quickly calmed down. This palace was not easy to break through. Keeping Yun Yao by his side, she would at least be a helper. I hope there won't be a next time. Yes, even in her dreams, Yun Yao would never have thought that she would have to lower her voice to a small character. This young man was too hateful. He clearly did not even have hair, but he was so cunning, making it hard for people to understand his thoughts. Yun Yao saw Chu Tian pick up a purple-black bead. What is that? You don't even know what a spirit bead is. You really are ignorant. Chu Tian put the spirit bead into his pocket. This thing was a treasure. It was much more valuable than a corpse core. A spirit bead is formed from the soul's spirit. It is not inferior to a beast core of the same level. It might even be a bit higher. The spirit demon was a very strong, fierce spirit. If this spirit demon was in the outside world, it would be much stronger than Yun Yao. Perhaps the spirit bead that Chu Tian took was also very valuable. Such a good thing had been stolen. Yun Yao clenched her teeth. She was a bit unwilling. Yun Yao let out a sigh of relief. This troublesome fellow has been taken care of. You should hurry up and go in. Chu Tian looked at her with a thought-provoking gaze. Hey, you really don't understand. Or are you just playing dumb? Yun Yao's eyes flashed. I don't know what you're talking about. Chu Tian lightly said, I'm afraid there isn't just one spirit demon in this palace. There should be many other spirits. Yun Yao snorted. I've never been inside. How would I know? Actually, normal spirits are easy to deal with. Chu Tian's eyes became serious. He stared at the Black Palace. Spirit demons are the guards of the Spirit King. If there is a spirit demon here, then there is a high chance that there is a Spirit King inside. The Spirit King was a spirit that had cultivated for thousands of years. It could sweep away awakened soul cultivators in the outside world. Even if it was sealed inside the ancient tomb, it was still a powerful existence that was hard to defeat. Hey, I never thought that there would be people who knew about the existence of the Spirit King. A hoarse old voice came from the fog. One was a black-robed old man. The other was a middle-aged swordsman. They slowly walked over. Yunyao saw the middle-aged man. Wan Wui. She looked at the black-robed old man. Black Flame Medicine Master Mo Yen, I never thought that you would come. I never saw you in the main hall. The middle-aged swordsman was a rogue cultivator expert. He was known as the Wind Swordsman, Wan Wui. The black-robed old man was very low-key in the main hall, so no one noticed him. Actually, he was an incredible person. His nickname was Black Flame Medicine Master. He was a very famous alchemist in Central State. Wan Wui looked at Yunyao with an unkind expression. Does the Purple Lightning young master also want a share of the Nether Ghost Palace? Old brother Wui, don't be anxious. Mo Yen was a skinny old man with a face full of wrinkles. He had a gentle smile on his face. If I'm not wrong, the Purple Lightning young master wants the Thunder Spirit bead in the Nether Ghost Palace. Am I right? Yunyao clenched her fist. So what? Mo Yen slowly said. Old brother wants the Netherworld sword. I want the Netherworld ghost flame. As for the Thunder Spirit bead, it belongs to you. We don't have any conflicts of interest. Since it's like this, why don't we cooperate? Yunyao's heart skipped a beat. This was a good chance to get rid of Chu Tian. Yunyao directly walked to the side of the two. What you say makes sense. I'll cooperate with you. After this matter is over, we'll both take what we need. Chu Tian's nose almost went crooked from his anger. You're splitting the treasures. What does father take? Mo Yen looked at Chu Tian. He was very young and his aura was not strong. He coldly snorted and said, Is this the Purple Lightning young master's friend? Yunyao snorted, I don't know him. A nobody dares to split the treasures with us. Wan Wui took out a black jade-like treasure sword. I don't want to kill you yet. Scram. Chu Tian said with a cold smile. Forgive me for speaking bluntly. You small fries won't even be enough to fill the gaps between the Spirit King's teeth. Purple Lightning young master. Wind Swordsman. Black Flame Medicine Master. Which one of them wasn't a famous person? This brat actually called them small fries. How bold! The Wind Swordsman was enraged. His sword swept out. A sharp sword chi suddenly shot out. Yunyao revealed a gloating expression. The Wind Swordsman's sword art was not weak. This brat just wait for his bad luck. A blurry, pitch-black sword shadow appeared behind Chu Tian. Scram! Chu Tian controlled his source spirit sword to slash out. A destructive berserk strength suddenly surged out. Wan Wui was forced back several steps. His face changed several times. Yunyao's face was filled with shock. Sword source spirit. This brat actually had a source spirit. In other words, when he fought with her, he did not use his full strength. Wan Wui became a bit afraid. I didn't think that you would have some skill, but you're still lacking. I'll let you see the true power of the Wind sword art. Little brother, wait a moment. Mo Yen looked up and down at Chu Tian. This little brother's strength is not bad. He has the qualifications to join us. As for the treasures, how about we split them evenly? All right. Chu Tian was also an arrow at the end of its flight. His spirit energy was almost used up. He could not summon the demon god's sword anymore. Yun Yao's heart was half dead with anger. She could not drive away this evil star. Instead, she let him join them. The Een Wind Swordsman and the Black Flame Medicine Master, these two idiots could not see this brat was not as simple as he looked. One-on-one they were not his match. Chapter 73. The four of them all had their own ulterior motives. Mo Yen was a sly fox. Wan Wui was a person with deep schemes. Yun Yao held a grudge against Chu Tian. Chu Tian not only had to guard against the three of them, he had to think of a way to get a share of the loot. This alliance was too fragile. They were all suspicious of each other and could break at any time. While Mo Yin was walking, he suddenly said, "The Purple Lightning young master has a rare thunder source spirit, if he can obtain the thunder spirit bead. Then his strength will increase by several times. The threat of the 10,000 corpse ancient tomb would not be anything. Yun Yao's strength would increase after obtaining the thunder spirit bead. Wouldn't the others be in danger?" Wan Wui's eyes flashed with a ruthless light. His fear of Yun Yao deepened. Yun Yao retorted, "The Spirit King has refined the Netherworld flame for 1,000 years, the ancient sect's treasured Netherworld sword. How could these two be worse than the Thunder Spirit bead? Your flame-controlling art combined with the Netherworld flame, the foolproof silver wine sword art combined with the Netherworld sword. How could it be inferior?" Mo Yen and Wan Wui did not say anything. Chu Tian was a little unhappy. "You guys have a clear goal, but if you take away all the treasures, would Father come here to drink the northwest wind?" But Chu Tian did not show it. If the Spirit King really existed in the main hall, it would be a problem for him to escape, not to mention getting the treasures. When they entered the main hall was hazy, the ground was littered with corpses, broken armor, broken swords were all scattered around. These corpses were left behind by previous explorers. There were many cultivators that came to the Netherworld Hall to search for treasures, but almost all of them died here. It gave people an ominous feeling in their hearts. In the middle of the main hall, a three-eyed demon statue stood there. The demon's eye in the middle flashed a purple light. It was like a demon's eye staring at them. Yun Yao excitedly said, "That is the Thunder Spirit bead." That glowing eye was a bead. It was the size of a fist, sparkling and translucent. Its light was threatening. It was surrounded by arcs of lightning. Even from far away, they could still feel the strong energy fluctuations. Chu Tian rubbed his chin. "Thunder Spirit bead? It hasn't been damaged after so many years, so it must be a rare treasure. No wonder Yin Yao wants it so much." Mo Yen and Wan Wu became suspicious. The Netherworld Hall had three treasures: the Thunder Spirit bead, the Netherworld sword, and the Netherworld flame. Why did he only see the Thunder Spirit bead? A cold wind blew in the main hall, and the piles of bones on the ground emitted rays of light. In the previously empty space, more than 10 humanoid figures with green faces and sharp fangs appeared, each of them holding a trident. So many Yiksha. Yun Yao's expression did not look too good. The spirit Yiksha appeared, blue willow, the wisps of flames surging out, and immediately attacked the group. Mo Yen knit his brows and said, "Let's go together." Yun Yao summoned her thunder source spirit, and 100 streaks of thunder came out, just like a meteor shower, wildly attacking the spirit demon. Although Yun Yao's strength wasn't weak, there were just too many Yikshas. She alone wouldn't be able to hold them off. Chu Tian had no choice but to make his move. 2 light talismans automatically ignited, instantly turning into 2 long light spears, fiercely slamming towards a Yiksha that had slipped through the net. Light flashed. The Yiksha was forced back several meters. Chu Tian stood in front of Yun Yao. The light energy condensed into a spear, making the other Yiksha very afraid. They immediately slowed down. This little brat really isn't simple. I've never seen this kind of talisman technique before. He can actually condense light energy, using it to block the attacks of the spirit demons. Wan Wu and Mo Yen were shocked. they were more and more curious about Chu Tian's background. If this person was a Central State person, there was no way he wouldn't have any reputation. Could it be that he wasn't a Central State person, or even a Southern Xia person? Fierce spirits were hard to deal with, mainly because their bodies were hollow. This greatly limited the damage of normal weapons and techniques. The yiksha had been in the ancient tomb for countless years. It had been suppressed by the ancient tomb seal, causing its cultivation to be suppressed. But its background was very deep. It wasn't easy to kill. Mo Yen had no choice but to make a move. His hands suddenly clasped together. A black flame appeared from his body, turning into dozens of fireballs, like rain falling down on the yiksha. Mo Yen cultivated an ancient cultivation technique, the imperial flame art. His source spirit was also fire attributed, so he could control all kinds of flames. As an alchemist, he could greatly increase the quality of his pills. As an awakened soul cultivator, he could collect flames. It could increase his battle strength. Mo Yen and Yun Yao suppressed from a distance. Chu Tian and Wan Wuyi stepped forward, attacking from a close range. The several fierce yiksha were forcibly blocked by the four of them. Chu Tian swallowed a piece of 1,000-year yuan essence grass. Using it to maintain his spirit energy supply, he suddenly launched a fierce attack, his two spears piercing through the yiksha. Pung! The first yiksha had been killed. Wan Wuyi was worthy of being the most famous rogue swordsman in Central State. The Yin Wind sword art was an evil cultivation technique, so he was not afraid of the yiksha's spiritual interference. Blood demon! Wan Wuyi was a swordsman, but his source spirit was not a sword, but rather an evil spirit filled with blood qi. Yin Wind soul slash! The ferocious-looking Shui Luosha instantly charged tens of meters forward. A blood-colored blade slashed through the air to cleave it yiksha into two. Yun Yao revealed a shocked expression, using a source spirit to display sword arts. The yiksha was a spiritual body. A source spirit was also a spiritual body. Wan Wuyi's body did not move. His source spirit was using sword arts, directly attacking the opponent's soul, killing a yiksha with a single slash. This efficiency was much faster than Chu Tian's. In wind escape, Wan Wuyi's body flickered, turning into a cold wind, suddenly disappearing from sight. Chu Tian was stunned. We still haven't finished killing the yiksha. Where does this fellow want to go? Wan Wuyi passed through several yiksha, appearing in front of the three-eyed demonic statue. Leaping twice, he landed on the statue's head. Yun Yao finally understood, taking the initiative to seize the thunder spirit bead. She angrily cursed, "This despicable bastard." "Stop!" Chu Tian seemed to have discovered something. "You can't touch that bead." "What a joke! Do you want me to wait for you to take it?" Wan Wuyi did not care about Chu Tian's warning. His sword pierced into the statue's head, and with a flick, the blue and purple bead flew out. Wan Wuyi wildly laughed. His hand reached out, grabbing the bead, the ancient treasure thunder spirit bead. "I'll take it." Chu Tian angrily cursed, "You idiot!" Dong, dong, dong. The main hall began to shake. On the surface of the three-eyed demonic statue, countless cracks appeared. The cracks continued to spread. An ancient and terrifying aura was released from the three-eyed demonic statue. Mo Yen was shocked and angry. "What is going on?" Chu Tian sighed and said, "The thunder spirit bead was placed here. It was to suppress the spirit king. Now that the thunder spirit bead has been taken, the spirit king will come out." "What? Spirit king?" Wan Wuyi turned around, seeing the three-eyed demonic statue. From head to toe, a purple and black energy aura was constantly being released from the cracks. "Humph! What spirit king? Father has the thunder spirit bead. Why would I be afraid of it?" Wan Wuyi poured his spirit energy into the bead, trying to activate the bead, awakening the strong power contained within. Who would have thought the wild will that was awakened from the bead actually resisted Wan Wuyi? Pung! Sparks flew everywhere. It was like a beautiful firework. Wan Wu-yi was directly sent flying. The thunder spirit bead turned into a ray of light, escaping from his hand. Damn! Come back for me! Wan Wu-yi was injured by the thunder spirit bead. How could he have the strength to grab it? The thunder spirit bead's speed was very fast. It was about to fly out of the palace. Chu Tian immediately flew into the air before he could grab the thunder spirit bead. The thunder spirit bead once again released a strong ray of lightning, directly striking at Chu Tian's body. A broken bead still has such a big temper. It's simply flipping the heavens. Chu Tian released the starlight to resist the thunder spirit bead's power. He held the bead in his chest, and after several seconds, the thunder spirit bead's power quickly weakened, and it gradually calmed down, as if it was in a deep sleep. Chu Tian fell back to the ground, panting from exhaustion. He swallowed a piece of yuan essence grass. The thunder spirit bead was a shockingly valuable spirit weapon. A spirit weapon was a higher grade equipment than a spirit weapon. When a spirit weapon was refined, it would give birth to a spirit weapon. The majority of spirit weapons did not have any consciousness, but there were a few strong spirit weapons that could slowly awaken their own consciousness over the years. They could even use special methods to cultivate, making the spirit weapon stronger and stronger. The thunder spirit bead had been in the ancient tomb for over 1,000 years. In such a long time, normal spirit weapons would have already turned to pieces, but the thunder spirit bead was not destroyed. Instead, it made the spirit weapon develop its own consciousness. It really was a rare treasure. Chu Tian was prepared to put the thunder spirit bead into his bag, and then escape from this place. Who would have thought that at this time, a bone-chilling laugh would suddenly resound in the main hall. Jia, 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 jia. A living person, a living person. The three-eyed demonic statue broke into pieces. The surrounding ghost fog began to boil. A strong and gloomy aura suddenly rushed over. A strong and terrifying pressure instantly covered the entire space, making it hard for people to breathe. Jia, 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 jia. A dark red giant figure appeared in midair. Yun Yao shouted in panic, "What is this thing?" The moment this strong ghost appeared, the terrifying pressure made it hard for everyone to breathe. Its body turned into a shadow and disappeared. Then it appeared in front of the cultivators in the front row. These people did not even see its movements. The cultivators' flesh and blood were sucked dry. After the Spirit King killed these cultivators, its eyes fell onto Chu Tian. It had a certain level of consciousness. The thunder spirit bead on Chu Tian's body gave it a very uncomfortable feeling, so it decided to kill this person that made it uncomfortable. So, a ghostly figure flashed. The Spirit King charged in front of him. A pair of scarlet claws fiercely clawed at him, almost distorting the air. Chu Tian reflexively condensed his glass body. Pa! An ear-piercing shattering sound. Chu Tian's internal organs were shaken. He was sent flying 20 meters. Fuck! It hurts! The thunder spirit bead in his hand was a ticking time bomb. Not only would the thunder spirit bead hurt people, it would also attract the Spirit King's attack. It was too dangerous. Chu Tian had no other choice. He threw the thunder spirit bead at Yun Yao. Quickly take this to deal with it. Yun Yao was very clear on Chu Tian's defense. The ghost could beat Chu Tian like this. How could anyone else block it? Yun Yao caught the thunder spirit bead. The thunder spirit bead's consciousness was awakened, but it did not resist. Rather, there was a sense of intimacy. Like a child returning to its mother's embrace, there was a kind of flesh and blood connection. This really was a top-quality spiritual object. The Spirit King roared into the sky, suddenly charging at Yun Yao. Yun Yao's speed was faster than Chu Tian. Lightning wrapped around her. She quickly retreated, activating the thunder spirit bead. Roar! The lightning condensed into a giant python coming out of the bead. It was like 10,000 lightning snakes rushing forward, brazenly charging at the Spirit King. Who would have thought that the Spirit King would laugh, releasing a blue and white flame, grabbing the lightning python? That strange blue and white flame instantly spread to the lightning. Those lightning pythons with shocking destructive power were all burned. They all turned into specks of ash. Burning energy. This is the netherworld flame. Damn. It refined the netherworld flame. Mo Yen was shocked and angry as he roared. It's over. It has the netherworld flame. All our attacks are useless. We are not its match. Chu Tian finally saw the Spirit King's true appearance. The Spirit King's body was as white as paper, wearing a red robe. It floated in the air. Its 10 fingernails were blood red. Its eyes were blood red. It was like a blood red ocean. It has just awakened. It is still very weak. Use the Thunder Spirit Bead to consume its energy. Yun Yao summoned the Thunder Spirit Bead's power. Endless wild lightning energy. Instantly surrounding Yun Yao, several bolts of lightning, like several poisonous snakes, all shot out at the Spirit King at the same time. The Spirit King raised a hand, blue, and white ghost flames spouted out, forming a flame barrier, wildly canceling each other out. For a moment, they were evenly matched. Mo Yen jumped up. His palms were covered in black flames. He launched a sneak attack at the Spirit King from behind. The Spirit King turned around. Its other hand came forward, even under the pressure of the Thunder Spirit Bead. It was still able to block Mo Yan's attack. The three of them were in a deadlock. The Spirit King's almost solid body was slowly fading. It was clear it was being consumed. At this moment, the Spirit King let out a sharp cry. Yun Yao and Mo Yan's bodies trembled, as if they had been hit by an invisible giant hammer. They spat out mouthfuls of blood as they fell to the ground. The Spirit King instantly broke free. The netherworld flame was ignited again. This is bad. Mo Yen and Yun Yao revealed looks of horror. Who would have thought that at this critical moment, Chu Tian would charge forward, blocking in front of the Spirit King? A vast and ancient aura was released from Chu Tian's body. Spirit energy was released. It actually condensed into a giant shadow behind Chu Tian. What is this? Yun Yao was shocked. Could this be Chu Tian's source spirit? But wasn't his source spirit a sword source spirit? When the Spirit King saw this incomparably large shadow, it immediately revealed a look of fear. This was a fear that came from the depths of its soul, within its scope of knowledge. It could not understand this kind of terrifying existence. You can die now. When the shadow source spirit turned into a wave of energy, it completely entered his body. Victory or defeat in one move. Chu Tian's fist released countless profound runes. It was as if all the profound mysteries that had existed since time immemorial were condensed into this fist. Pung! The Spirit King was hit by the invisible energy. It actually caved in. It gave a mournful cry. Its entire body was smashed into pieces. Mo Yen revealed a look of disbelief. His fist can actually directly hit a spiritual body. How could a physical body directly touch a spiritual body? This was a completely subversive method. Chu Tian did it. His fist entered the Spirit King's body, using his tyrannical strength to smash the Spirit King into pieces. A normal-looking youth, just how many secrets did he hide? Chapter 74. If the Spirit King was in the outside world, it would be enough to sweep away all awakened soul cultivators. Even if it was sealed in the ancient tomb, it was still a formidable existence. But Chu Tian had killed it with a single punch. Yun Yao's heart was filled with shock that could not be described. There were some people in this world that could awaken two source spirits. This kind of person was 1 in 100 million. But having two source spirits was not necessarily a good thing, because a person's soul's potential was limited. Even if one source spirit was born, there was still a difference in quality, not to mention two source spirits. A source spirit represented a cultivator's talent. It was better to be strong than to have more. It was better to be refined than to have more. If a strong source spirit were to split, it could turn into two normal source spirits. It would not be worth it. Chu Tian's two source spirits, whether it was the sword source spirit or the shadow source spirit, they were all top-grade source spirits. especially the shadow source spirit that had the power of a ghost or god. Because of his cultivation base, he could not see it clearly, but it was at least a god-level source spirit. The main source spirit was too much of a drain on his body. Chu Tian was very weak. He quickly took out the Yuan essence grass and swallowed the rest. It was really thrilling, if not for Yun Yao using the Thunder Spirit Bead to weaken the Spirit King, if not for Mo Yen's sneak attack to distract the Spirit King, if not for Chu Tian opening his mind's eye and finding the Spirit King's weakness. How could it be so easy? The Spirit King turned into a giant spirit pearl. The surface of the spirit pearl was covered in a blue-white flame. Fire seed. Mo Yen revealed a very disappointed expression. I wanted to find a ready-made netherworld flame, but who would have thought that the netherworld flame had already been refined by the Spirit King? Cultivating a fire seed is very difficult. It requires a lot of time and energy. The spiritual flame was not an artifact, nor was it a cultivation technique. But it was like an artifact and a cultivation technique. The spiritual flame could be directly used, instantly increasing the user's strength. The spiritual flame seed needed to be cultivated slowly. The entire process required a lot of materials and time. It was like cultivating a cultivation technique. The ancient tomb's netherworld flame was gone. There was only a 1,000-year-old netherworld flame seed left. In terms of potential, the netherworld flame seed that the Spirit King had refined for 1,000 years was actually much stronger than a normal netherworld flame. This was not just a normal netherworld flame. It had been infused with the Spirit King's 1,000-year ghost energy, becoming a 1,000-year netherworld ghost flame. If this fire seed was properly nurtured, it would grow into a strange flame that was even stronger than the netherworld flame. However, nurturing a tinder was easier said than done. The consumption of resources was a bottomless pit. Although he wasn't too satisfied, it was better than nothing. Mo Yen didn't stand on ceremony and went to pick up the fire seed. Yun Yao stood to the side holding the Thunder Spirit Bead, her eyes staring at Mo Yen and Chu Tian. Her eyes flashed. Now, with the Thunder Spirit Bead in her hand, her battle strength could be said to have increased by several times. She had absolute confidence that she could defeat Chu Tian. Mo Yen was not a threat. Should he take his revenge immediately? Chu Tian was not an idiot. He had given the Thunder Spirit Bead to Yun Yao as a last resort. Now that the Spirit King had been eliminated, Yun Yao was the biggest threat. Mo Yan's heart slightly trembled when he saw the heavy atmosphere. Not good. If the Purple Lightning Prince were to act now, even if the two of them joined hands, they might not be able to block the Thunder Spirit Bead. Mo Yen looked at Chu Tian. The moment their eyes met, they immediately reached a tacit understanding. If the Purple Lightning Prince attacked anyone, the two of them would join hands to deal with her. The three of them pulled apart. They were all on guard against each other. What they were thinking in their hearts, only they knew. At this time, Mo Yen suddenly thought of something. He looked around. Strange. Old Brother One shouldn't have died. Why is he gone? That's right. Where did Wan Wui go? He couldn't even be found in the main hall. Impossible. He couldn't have left here. He had used the Yin Wind sword art to hide himself. Not good. Chu Tian discovered something. He looked at Yun Yao. Behind you. Yun Yao's body trembled. She had been paying attention to Chu Tian and Mo Yen, afraid that the two of them would join hands to steal the Thunder Spirit Bead. She did not guard against a sneak attack from behind. An extremely cold and sharp aura suddenly erupted. A terrifying killing intent surged out. Yun Yao's heart was shocked. She wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Pooh! A sharp sword chi pierced through her back, coming out of her chest. A large amount of blood flew out. Yun Yao's beautiful eyes popped out. She felt her strength being sucked out. She fell backwards. Ha ha ha! Mine. It's all mine. Wan Wui took out a rag, quickly wrapped the thunder spirit bead, directly placing it into his chest. He stepped over Yun Yao's body, his face filled with greed as he looked at Chu Tian and Mo Yen. Mo Yen revealed a shocked expression. The purple lightning young master is a member of the central state Yun family. Aren't you afraid of Yun Tianhe's revenge by killing her? With Yun Tianhe's reputation, who wouldn't be afraid? But there are only the few of us here. Dead people will never speak. Mo Yan's eyes filled with fear. You can die now. Yin Wind Ghost Slash. Wan Wui used the Yin Wind sword art. His body once again disappeared. Mo Yan's heart was filled with shock. The name of the Yin Wind swordsman was not just for show. The Yin Wind sword art came and went without a trace. It was one of the top assassination techniques of southern Xia. Wan Wui had practiced the Yin Wind sword art for over 20 years. He had already practiced the Yin Wind sword art to the large success realm. If Mo Yen was in a normal situation, he would still be able to block it, but now that his spirit energy was consumed and he was heavily injured by the Spirit King, how could he deal with the Yin Wind sword art? I've been friends with you for so many years. You actually want to kill me to silence me. Mo Yen angrily roared. Both his hands released thick black flames, preparing to form a barrier around him. But when the black flames were about to close, a sword glow came through the gap. Mo Yan's eyes popped out. The world spun around him. He fell to the ground. The last thing he saw in his life was a very familiar headless body. Yun Yao was lying in a pool of blood. Mo Yan's head was separated from his body. Wan Wui calmly appeared, picking up the Netherworld Flame spirit bead. The 1,000-year Netherworld Flame is mine. Such a fierce fellow. Chu Tian had underestimated him, killing people to steal their treasures. Perhaps this wasn't the first time. Wan Wui's malicious eyes stared at Chu Tian. Brat, it's all thanks to you. You and the Spirit King were both injured, giving me the chance to attack. I still have to thank you. I have to admit, you're stronger than I thought, but now that you're exhausted, can you still block my sword? Wan Wui did not know that Chu Tian had used the 1,000-year Yuan essence grass. His spirit energy had already recovered by half. Chu Tian did not dare be careless. The Yin Wind swordsman's strength was not small. He was also an experienced person. His moves were very fierce. Each move was fatal. He could not look down on him. My sword is very fast. You won't feel any pain. I've heard that those that die in the ancient tomb, their souls will never be able to escape. They will be imprisoned here, finally turning into ghosts. Enjoy it. Ha 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 ha. As soon as his voice fell. So, Wan Wui instantly disappeared, just like an invisible cold wind. This was the strength of the Yin Wind sword art. Every time it was used, it was invisible, making people unable to see it. Wan Wui's sword art was very high. Not only could it not be seen with the naked eye, even sound and gas were completely hidden. Normal cultivators had no way of breaking it. Chu Tian slowly retreated, letting his back lean against a pillar. His eyes swept across the hall, coldly saying, "Your sword art is just a low-level assassination technique. It's not even worthy of being on the stage. Dead Duck's mouth is tight. I'll let you taste the power of the Yin Wind sword art." Wan Wui's voice was erratic, wandering back and forth. It was impossible to find the source, but Chu Tian felt a trace of killing intent. His mouth couldn't help but form a sneer. Killing intent could not be suppressed. This kind of assassination technique, to say it was low-level was already praising it. Go die. Wan Wui was about to make his move. Mind's eye. Chu Tian opened his mind's eye, instantly understanding everything. The moment Wan Wui slashed out, behind Chu Tian appeared a vague sword image. Shua, shua. Two sword lights appeared in the air at the same time. One of the sword lights cut through Chu Tian's glass body, leaving a sword mark on the pillar behind him. The other sword light cut through Wan Wui's body, from his left shoulder to his right abdomen. Wan Wui's eyes widened in fear. His mouth opened and closed, like a fish out of water. Half of his body fell down. Blood bloomed like a flower, splashing all over the ground. Dead. Chu Tian clutched the deep wound on his chest, coughing twice. His injuries were not light. He struggled to walk over to Wan Wui's body, taking out the Thunder Spirit Bead and the Spirit Bead. The Yin Windsword art is only SOSO. Chu Tian took out a jade bottle, pouring a bit of life essence water into the wound on his chest. His flesh quickly squirmed, immediately stopping the bleeding. Mo Yen could not be saved. Chu Tian searched Mo Yen's body for a while and found a large pile of bottles and jars. Mo Yen was an alchemist after all, so he definitely had a lot of pills on him, but in Chu Tian's eyes, these things were very rough. Mo Yen mainly refined poison. Out of 10 bottles, 9 of them were poison pills. At this time, Yun Yao had not died. She was gasping for breath because of the loss of blood. Her face was pale, cold. I'm so cold. Am I going to die? Even in her dreams, Yun Yao did not think this would happen. She had always held herself high. How could she have ever thought that she would die here without anyone knowing? Yun Yao understood her grandfather's warning. This world was too sinister. What use was there even if you were talented? No wonder the Chu family, Luo family, and Ye family did not let their geniuses go out to gain experience. Before a genius grows up, they can fall at any time. If she knew it would be like this, she shouldn't have snuck out. Chu Tian helped Yun Yao up. His 2 hands pulled at her chest, tearing her clothes apart. 2 snow-white mountains were revealed. It had to be said, although it was not as big as a young miss, it was still very firm, enough to arouse a man's desire. A piercing wound that was constantly gushing out blood made people feel bad just by looking at it. Yun Yao could be considered lucky because when she heard the warning, she slightly moved half an inch, so her heart was not pierced. Otherwise, she would not have lived until now. Yun Yao was angry. What are you doing? Even if I die, I won't allow you to sully me. Chu Tian held the jade bottle in his hand. First, he poured a small mouthful into Yun Yao's mouth. Then he poured a little on the wound. Yun Yao clearly felt the wound on her chest itch, gradually healing her flesh. Yun Yao revealed a look of disbelief. Why did you save me? That's right. Chu Tian patted his head. My brain must have gotten water. Why would I save you? Damn it. I wasted half a bottle of life essence water. Yun Yao almost spat out blood. Isn't it just a bottle of life essence water? If you go to Central State City, I'll give you back 10 bottles. Chu Tian had a face of disbelief. Don't think I don't know. You're planning to kill me in your heart. Yun Yao's face turned slightly red. I just thought of killing you. But you saved my life, so our grudges are even. You mean it? What benefit would I get from killing you? All right, I'll believe you this once. Chu Tian glanced at her white and large chest. Yun Yao quickly pulled up her clothes, but in the end she angrily found that her clothes had been torn apart by Chu Tian, so she couldn't cover her chest at all. She could only use her hands to cover it, angrily staring at Chu Tian. Control your eyes. I don't care. I've seen bigger ones. Chu Tian spat out, making Yun Yao's teeth itch. He casually threw the cloth bag over. You can hold on to this thing for now. Yun Yao revealed an excited expression, holding the Thunder Spirit bead like it was a treasure. You're really giving it to me? What do you mean give it to you? In your dreams. I'm just lending it to you. Since I can't use it with it in your hands, you can use it as a helper. Lending? Then I'll lend it to you for 100 years. Now that this treasure has fallen into my hands, don't even think of making me return it. Yun Yao wiped the dust off the Thunder Spirit bead, her beautiful face filled with pleasant surprise. The reason she participated in this adventure was because she heard that there was a Thunder Spirit bead buried in the ancient tomb. Now that he had gotten his hands on it as he wished, his grandfather would definitely be shocked. Actually, Chu Tian was probing Yun Yao. If Yun Yao obtained the Thunder Spirit bead, Even if she had a trace of killing intent, Chu Tian would not show any mercy. He would kill this girl on the spot. At this distance, he wouldn't miss. From Yun Yao's expression, she was only pleasantly surprised. Without any other emotions, Chu Tian was a little relieved. The Thunder Spirit Bead was indeed a treasure. It was a pity that Chu Tian couldn't use it. There was no one on his side that could use it. Then they had to go to the 3rd floor of the ancient tomb. A spirit king was this hard to deal with. A corpse king would be 10 times more dangerous. He really didn't know how strong it would be. To be honest, Chu Tian was already a little regretful, but there was nothing he could do about it. Words said were like water spilled. He had promised to help the bronze-masked old man. Running away was not his style. Yun Yao was not weak. She also had the Thunder Spirit Bead. Dealing with the Corpse King would increase her chances of winning. Yun Yao was finding it harder and harder to see through Chu Tian. "What's your name?" "Lu Run." "Passerby." Yun Yao rolled her eyes in her heart. He really lived up to his name. It really was a good name. When I saw you deal with Wan Wui, you completely saw through his movements. It seemed like you used. "Mind's eye?" Chu Tian picked up the spirit beads and casually said, "That's right, it's mind's eye." Yun Yao's body trembled. She couldn't help feeling a little bitter. She had always thought she was a genius. Until now, when she met this passerby, she finally realized how laughable her thoughts were. Mind's eye, an ability that even her grandfather yearned for. Such an unknown passerby had actually mastered it. Yun Yao had always been unconvinced, but now she didn't have this kind of thought. Dual source spirits, mind's eye, a strong defensive cultivation technique. This was enough for Yun Yao to look up to. There's a dark hall here. Come help me." Chu Tian found a secret door, and the two of them worked together to push it open. When the scene of the dark hall appeared in front of them, the two of them were stunned. The entire dark hall was densely packed with materials, equipment, and weapons. The amount was so great that it was shocking. It was very regrettable. Because of the long period of time, the equipment and materials were not specially protected, so they were all rotten, other than one thing. Chu Tian's eyes were attracted to it. A simple and unadorned longsword was placed on the throne in the high hall, although it had been kept for 1,000 years. But it was untainted by even a speck of dust. The 3-foot-long sword edge was as beautiful as an ice crystal, covered in complex, profound runes. An ancient and strong aura was released from the sword. Yun Yao muttered, "This ancient sword is..." Chapter 75. Chu Tian picked up Wan Wui's sword and slashed at the ancient sword. With a loud sound, the treasure sword broke in half. Not even a single mark was left on the ancient sword. There was no need to guess. The Netherworld sword, without a doubt. The Thunder Spirit Bead, Netherworld Flame, and Ancient Netherworld Sword, the 3 treasures of the Netherworld Hall, were in his hands. Chu Tian had the demon god's sword source spirit. The Netherworld sword's value to Chu Tian, it was even higher than the Thunder Spirit Bead and Netherworld Flame combined. Yun Yao resentfully said from the side, "Don't blame me for not reminding you. The ancient Netherworld sword is an evil sword, not to mention whether it can accept you, even if it accepts you. The owner will often have their thoughts corroded during the process of using it, gradually becoming bloodthirsty and crazy, finally losing themselves. Do you want this sword?" Chu Tian was a little surprised. Yun Yao wanted him to die earlier. Now that she was giving him a kind reminder, it seemed like her attitude had already changed. Actually, it was like Yun Yao said, the Netherworld sword was the same as the Thunder Spirit Bead. It was a soul-contracting weapon. A soul-contracting weapon had its own consciousness. It had the ability to choose its master. Unless one's strength surpassed the soul-contracting weapon and was tamed over a long period of time, it could only be accepted by the soul-contracting weapon. If the Netherworld sword did not accept Chu Tian, then Chu Tian would not be able to do anything to it. Let's try our luck. Chu Tian grabbed the sword hilt, and the ancient consciousness that was sleeping inside the netherworld sword awoke. A bone-piercing chill erupted. It was as if it wasn't a sword, but a 10,000-year-old piece of ice that was even harder than a diamond. The cold feeling surged into his meridians and traveled to every part of his body, trying to freeze his mind, spirit, and soul. Chu Tian felt like he had been pulled into a mysterious space. The ground was covered in broken bones, and the surroundings were filled with screeching undead. A giant demon stood in front of him. Its appearance was fierce and ugly. Its body was covered in blue and white flames. It was locked in the center of the main hall and scrupulously swallowing the surrounding undead. Roar! When it discovered that Chu Tian had charged in, the burning demon angrily stood up, letting out a few sneers. A giant palm reached out to grab him. Instantly, hundreds of ghosts cried out. Its momentum was incomparably terrifying. What a good ghost sword! Chu Tian was secretly shocked. The illusion was created by the artifact spirit, and it was not inferior to a mental attack. However, the more it was like this, the more it proved that this sword was extraordinary. Since it could use illusions to interfere with its wielder, it could also use illusions to deal with enemies. This sword, I want it! Chu Tian released a ferocious shadow source spirit. When the demonic hand touched it, it was like it had touched a burning hot iron. With a mournful cry, it quickly retreated. The netherworld sword's weapon spirit was covered in a vast divine might. It curled up on the ground, trembling in fear. Its aura was constantly weakening. Chu Tian walked over step by step. I don't know where you are from. I am your master now. You must listen to me obediently. Otherwise, I'd rather destroy you. The shadow source spirit opened an eye. What kind of eye was it? He took a look. His entire mind and spirit would be destroyed. The artifact spirit completely gave up resisting, and its entire body vanished into thin air. When the artifact spirit disappeared, a giant stone tablet was left behind. It was covered in dense ancient characters. It was a cultivation technique. Netherworld Flame Sword. Chu Tian's lips curled into a satisfied smile. The Netherworld Sword was not just a strong weapon, it also carried an inherited cultivation technique. Only by being recognized by the weapon spirit could one obtain the cultivation technique inheritance. If one used a barbaric refining method, even if they controlled the Netherworld Sword, they would not be able to obtain the Netherworld Sword's inheritance. The Netherworld Flame Sword could be traced back to the distant Great Ancient Era. It was derived from an incomplete supreme sword art. It was unpredictable and could kill people without leaving a trace, but it could only be used with the help of the Netherworld Ghost Flame. The Netherworld Flame Sword. S style was similar to Wan Wui's Yin Wine sword art, but it was much stronger than the Yin Win sword art. This was because the Yin Win sword art was a pure assassination sword art. It did not have much strength. This Netherworld Flame Sword was different. Not only did it have a strong assassination ability, it was not inferior to Central State's Soul Sword secret art. It was definitely a strong sword art, but the Netherworld Flame Sword had to be cultivated together with the Netherworld Ghost Flame and the Netherworld Sword. It would become Chu Tian's unique sword art. No one could learn it. Chu Tian had obtained the Netherworld Sword, and the sword art, it made up for his lack of attack power. Adding in the demon god's sword source spirit's strengthening, its might would be very impressive. The new cultivation technique would not be easy to cultivate. He would go back first and slowly cultivate it. Chu Tian came out from the spiritual space and casually raised the Netherworld Sword. This sword has a bit of skill, but it doesn't have the ability to disturb my mind. Come with me. I can't take the Thunder Spirit bead for free. I need your help with something. Chu Tian's tone was very firm. Yun Yao could not reject him even if she wanted to. This fellow had saved her before, but his attitude was very irritating. Yun Yao had no choice but to obey, because if they really fought, the Netherworld sword would cancel out the Thunder Spirit bead's power. She would not be Chu Tian's opponent. This fellow was very irritating, but it was a fact that he had saved her life. Yun Yao had also taken advantage of the Thunder Spirit bead. She did not have any plans to take revenge. All right, I'll give face to the Thunder Spirit bead. The two of them had their soul-contracting weapons, killing demons and ghosts. Their path was smooth, and they finally arrived at the third floor of the ancient tomb. In the gloomy tomb, there were over 100 coffins. Most of them had their lids opened, and there were corpses scattered around. It was a very terrifying scene. "Ah, Lu Run!" A gentle and familiar voice rang out. "You're finally here." Kai Dai was wearing a golden silk robe as she walked over. The bronze-masked old man and the flame ghost brothers were sitting on the coffins. Why did he rope in 7 to 8 people? He didn't know. The bronze-masked old man had gathered 5 cultivators. Most of them were roped in. Each one of them was not weak. What was special was that all 5 of them used long blades. The leader was the most eye-catching. It was a young man around 25 or 26 years old, wearing a golden scale armor, holding a scarlet-red long blade. He had red hair, a tall stature. His body was filled with an intense aura. This person was an expert. He was at least at the second awakened soul layer. "Why are you so slow? I thought you died in the first 2 floors." The bronze-masked old man's voice was a bit unhappy, but his eyes fell onto Yun Yao. He couldn't help feeling a bit of fear. "Purple lightning, young master? Why are you here?" Chu Tian did not answer the question. He looked over the 5 swordsmen and asked, "These people are—" "They are the helpers I found." The bronze-masked old man lightly explained, "These 5 are the famous Central State 5 blades. This red-haired swordsman is called Yang Zhan. He has mastered the Blood Rage blade. He has a strong killing intent. He has the bravery of 10,000 men." Chu Tian nodded. The bronze-masked old man was not stupid. He knew how strong the Corpse King was. So he didn't know what kind of conditions he used to find these 5 powerful people. The bronze-masked old man introduced them to the 5 people. "This little friend is the person we've been waiting for. Now that everyone is here, we pay." The red-haired swordsman stood up with a face full of dissatisfaction. "You made our brothers wait for half a day. In the end, it was all for this wet-behind-the-ears brat. Do you know how many treasures we could have found in the time we wasted?" "That's right. Fuck. I thought it was the purple lightning, young master. I never thought it would be this guy who hasn't even grown hair yet." The 5 of them began to complain. Their eyes were clearly not friendly. The bronze-masked old man was also very confused. "Where did you go?" Chu Tian did not hide it. "We went to the Nether Palace." "The 2 of you went to the Nether Palace?" The bronze-masked old man's face changed. He found it a bit hard to believe. "You can still come back alive." "Look clearly." Yun Yao showed the Thunder Spirit bead. "We didn't just come back alive." When the bronze-masked old man saw the Thunder Spirit bead, his pupils couldn't help shrinking. He also saw the Netherworld sword in Chu Tian's hand. His breathing became rapid. "Are you selling the sword? Just name a price. Any price is fine." Chu Tian gently swung the Netherworld sword, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air. "I'm very used to this sword. I don't have any plans to sell it." The red-haired swordsman Yang Zhan revealed a greedy look, although I don't know what kind of dog shit luck you have actually being able to take this sword out of the Nether Palace. But you've wasted so much time. You should at least give us some compensation. Another swordsman said, "We'll use this sword to make up for everyone's losses." Yang Zhan looked at the bronze-masked old man and said, "Since the bronze-masked old man wants this sword, how about us brothers help you get it? Anyways, in the Corpse King hunt, It doesn't matter if we have this little brat or not. Truthfully, at this moment, the bronze-masked old man was a little moved. The Netherworld sword was a soul-contracting weapon. This Central State Five Blades was actually a group of bandits. They specialized in killing people and stealing their goods. Kai Dai was very angry. How can you be like this? Little girl, scram to the side. There's no place for you to interrupt here. The five of them had green wolf-like eyes. They greedily stared at the Netherworld sword in Chu Tian's hand. Since you can't buy it, are you prepared to kill us and steal it? Yun Yao suddenly laughed. Is this the style of your great Zhou country? The purple lightning young master was helping this brat. Could it be she was standing on this brat's side? The bronze-masked old man, the ghost flame and ice demon brothers, and the five swordsmen were all filled with fear. If this brat was alone, they could take the Netherworld sword. His strength wasn't bad, but in comparison, the Netherworld sword was more valuable. If Yun Yao helped Chu Tian, then the result would be different. Yun Yao had the thunder spirit bead. It was hard to deal with. Once she made a move, she would lose the battle strength of two people to deal with the Corpse King. Wan Wui died under his hands. Do you think your five broken swords are faster and sharper than the Yin Wind sword? Yun Yao coldly said, not to mention the Netherworld sword. Even without this sword, you trash are not his match. What? This brat killed the Yin Wind swordsman. Even if the Yin Wind swordsman was sealed in the ancient tomb, but with the large success stage Yin Wind sword art, how could it be blocked by ordinary people? The bronze-masked old man personally fought Wan Wui. His chances of winning were only 50%. If this Central State Five Swords fought Wan Wui alone, they wouldn't even know how they were killed. This old man is a businessman. Even if the business fails, I will still be benevolent, things like buying and selling. Naturally, I won't do it. The bronze-masked old man looked at the five of them. He said in a very impolite tone, please pay attention to your words. You're not allowed to say these kinds of words again. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Yang Zhan coldly snorted. He didn't say anything else. However, it wasn't hard to see from his eyes. He didn't believe that Chu Tian could kill the Yin Wind swordsman, a young man that didn't even have hair and no reputation. How could he be this strong? Most likely it was the Purple Lightning Young Master's words. Most likely it was because of the Purple Lightning Young Master's care that he was able to come to the third floor. But just based on the fact that he had a close relationship with the Purple Lightning Young Master, the five Yang Zhan brothers were a bit afraid of him. Chu Tian didn't say anything. He acted as if nothing had happened. Kai Dai, where did you get those clothes? My luck was good. I found them on the second floor. Kai Dai gave an embarrassed smile. This is a fire-repelling robe. Central State City once auctioned one. It was sold for a total of 200 million gold coins. Other than the robe, I also found many other treasures. Kai Dai looked very satisfied. Chu Tian understood in his heart. These were all relics of cultivators. To a normal cultivator, it would be good, but to Kai Dai, it wasn't anything. But Kai Dai seemed to be enjoying the treasure hunting process. Among the people that came to search for treasures, there was no one with a better mentality than Kai Dai. Yang Zhan and the others were a bit angry. They didn't know if there was a problem with this brat's brain or if he was deliberately treating them like air. Chu Tian wasn't afraid of the five brothers. But now was not the time to be hostile. It didn't matter what the bronze-masked old man thought. Because he had to obtain the infant soul fruit, Chu Tian didn't have much time left. The infant soul fruit was the only thing that could let Chu Tian quickly break through to the awakened soul realm. Our current situation is a bit bad. The bronze-masked old man gave a dry cough. He gave a light cough and said, the giant spirit scholar has gathered a large group of people to go to the corpse storage cave. Chu Tian curiously asked, corpse storage cave? From the information, the corpse storage cave is the ancient sect's corpse soldier warehouse. After the Een corpses are refined, they are all stored in the corpse storage cave. This cave is very complex. There are many layers of restrictions. It is very dangerous, but there is a hidden treasure, the soul-controlling bell. I've heard of this thing before. Yun Yao still had a cold expression. The soul-controlling bell can awaken corpse soldiers. It can control these strong human-shaped weapons. The ancient tomb Een corpses were not small. Even if he brought 3 to 5 of them, he would be able to sweep away everyone. The soul-controlling bell. Yang Kuan is determined to obtain it. He has made ample preparations this time. The bronze-masked old man said with a dignified expression. This person has a cruel temperament. Once he obtains the soul-controlling bell, he will awaken the corpse soldiers. The others will be surrounded by the corpse soldiers. Yun Yao coldly snorted and said, "Kill him." The bronze-masked old man shook his head and said, Yang Kuan has cultivated the giant spirit golden body to the large success realm. This is a very strong body refinement cultivation technique. You are people of Southern Xia. You should understand it better than me. Yun Yao, Kai Dai, and Yang Zhan all knit their brows. Yang Kuan was very famous among rogue cultivators. The more profound the giant spirit golden body was, the stronger one's body would become. Bones as strong as iron, skin as copper, blood as mercury, body as hard as diamond, strength as large as an elephant. Although he entered the ancient tomb, his spirit energy was suppressed, but with his terrifying demon beast-like body, his battle strength was the highest among all the awakened soul cultivators. Even if Yun Yao had the thunder spirit bead, she did not have the confidence to break his defense. After all, under the suppression of the ancient tomb, she could only display the battle strength of a peak 9th body refinement layer cultivator. If it was a bit earlier, we might have been able to fight for it, but now they are already far away. We can't catch up. This broken ancient tomb, there were many palaces, there were many chambers. How could there be so many treasures? After all these years, they still haven't been taken? Chu Tian thought for a few seconds. Don't close it all. I'll go to the main tomb and deal with the corpse king first. Chapter 76. There were many treasures buried in the ancient tomb. It was impossible to obtain all of them, right? The so-called biting off more than one could chew, only taking the most important ones was enough. The bronze-masked old man pulled out an old piece of parchment. Everyone please take a look. This is a rough map of the ancient tomb. As long as we follow the marked path, we can at least avoid the traps on the way and guarantee we won't get lost. Then what are we waiting for? There's not much time left. Let's go. The 10,000 corpse ancient tomb was very large. There were over 200 rooms marked on the map. There were many complicated tunnels and caves. If they didn't have the ancient tomb map, who knows how much time they would have wasted. The ancient tomb was only open for 2 days. There were many Een corpses along the way. All of them were black corpses. If it wasn't for the ancient tomb's restriction, they would all be top-level experts. Z. The thunder spirit bead released lightning that instantly took care of the black corpses. Chu Tian impolitely dug out the corpse cores one by one as he was putting the corpse cores in his pocket. A blood-red saber chi whistled as it cut towards his arm. Chu Tian quickly pulled back his hand. The saber chi passed by, leaving a mark on the ground. Too dangerous. If he was half a second slower, his arm would have been gone. Kai Dai angrily looked at Yang Zhan and said, "You actually sneak-attacked Chu Tian." Yang Zhan held the saber in his hand and coldly said, "He took something he shouldn't have. Breaking his arm is already the lightest punishment." "That's right, daring to embezzle the spoils of war. Quickly hand it over." Chu Tian faced the 5 aggressive people. He calmly said, "According to the agreement, half is mine, the other half is yours." Yang Zhan flew into a rage. Why? What kind of bullshit agreement is this? Chu Tian lightly said, "The bronze-masked old man wouldn't go back on his word for a few corpse cores, right? Each black corpse core could be exchanged for an elixir. How could Yang Zhan's group not be angry? They were robbers, they were overbearing, they never suffered a loss. How could they let a little brat who hadn't even grown his hair take advantage of them? The bronze masked old man also revealed a pained expression, but he still nodded. You can take it. You old man, we brothers helped you out of kindness, and this is how you repay us. That little bastard is nothing. If he didn't have a woman by his side to support him, I would have chopped him up long ago. Yun Yao silently cursed him for being an idiot. Yang Zhan stared at the bronze-masked old man and shouted, You are a dignified great Zhou country's outer sect elder. If you don't even dare let out a fart, wouldn't that damage the dignity of a large sect? The bronze-masked old man's face was expressionless as he coldly said, We've already discussed the price. You won't miss a single copper. Now, I have the final say. The 5 young brothers were filled with resentment. As the saying goes, it's hard to satisfy one's greed. One after another, corpse cores of astonishing value were smilingly taken by Chu Tian. How could they not be jealous? He really didn't know what medicine the bronze-masked old man ate. So polite to this kid. Everyone passed through another 8 palaces, killing over 200 black corpses. At this time, the Pathfinder Flame ghost ran in front of the bronze-masked old man. Sir Elder, in front of us is the precipice. The tomb was gloomy and suffused with the aura of death. Amidst the hazy and strange mist, an incomparably pitch-black colossus stood before them. It was like a ferocious beast that had been locked here since time immemorial, and it gave others a strong, oppressive feeling. This was a 100-meter high, 90-degree precipice. The most attractive thing was not the precipice itself, but rather in front of the precipice were thousands of ancient sarcophagi. These sarcophagi were all made of black material. The surface was covered in a network of lines, glowing a scarlet red, like layers of blood veins. What was even more strange was that the sarcophagi were supported by a mysterious power. All of them were floating in the air. For tens of thousands of years, they had never fallen. This terrifying scene, it was a shocking effect. It had a strong impact on people's hearts. The bronze-masked old man muttered, This is one of the most dangerous places in the ancient tomb, the legendary 10,000 coffin precipice. The dark stone coffins were arranged in a way that was full of profound power Upanishads. They were moving slowly, maintaining a magical pattern. The thick, murderous aura of death rolled over. Not to mention walking over, just standing here, made people uncomfortable. Chu Tian said, This is a giant array formation. Good eyesight. This is called the 3,000 floating coffin array. It is an extremely powerful array from the ancient times. The bronze-masked old man took a deep breath. It is very dangerous. Every step must be taken very carefully. Otherwise, if we make a wrong step, it is possible that we will awaken the corpses sleeping in the coffins. Yun Yao could feel that the corpses sealed in the coffins were not small. They were not something the wandering corpses could compare to. Even if they were separated by a thick sarcophagus, even if they were separated by a long distance, Yun Yao could still feel the pressure coming from the sarcophagus. It was a kind of overwhelming pressure. It made people feel fear. It made people feel suffocated. Thousands of ancient sarcophagi, each one sealed with a strong existence. This spear could be said to be the most spectacular scene she had ever seen in her life. Yun Yao knit her brows and asked, How do we go? The bronze-masked old man gave a sigh. Up until now, no one has been able to pass through here, so there is no path. We can only try our luck and explore step by step. Try our luck? Isn't this a joke? No one has ever passed through this place before. You want us to go through it? Everyone's expression became strange, especially the Yang Zhan brothers. They felt like they had been tricked. Chu Tian observed the floating coffin array and said, Not necessarily. From what I can see, the 3,000 floating coffin array is based on the moon constellation. I think the path to break through is hidden within. Everyone was shocked. He could see this? The bronze-masked old man asked. Can you break it? I don't think it is difficult. Chu Tian paused, and then said, but to understand the rules, I need a bit of time. Yang Zhan taunted. An ancient sect using their entire sect to create a large array, even the most powerful array master in Central State City, would not dare say they can break it. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Who do you think you are? The bronze-masked old man angrily said. Shut up. Yang Zhan's face sunk as he said, We've been enduring and giving you face, but you keep making things difficult for us for this brat. What do you think we 5 brothers are? The bronze-masked old man knit his brows and said, The 3,000 floating coffin array is extremely dangerous. The consequences of breaking through are unimaginable, since little friend has confidence in breaking it. Why not give it a try? Of course, if you 5 brothers are willing to take the lead, I have no objections. With these words, Yang Zhan immediately shut up. The bronze-masked old man was also full of doubts, but a strong intuition told him that this young man could not be judged by common sense. Directly breaking through was too dangerous. Chu Tian began to observe the large array with rapt attention. The ancient tomb's creator was not simple, looking at it from 30,000 years in the past. This array had its merits, but in Chu Tian's eyes, it was still very low level. As long as he could find a flaw, he would be able to safely pass through. But at this time, a deep voice came from the tomb behind them. Ha, 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 ha. Bronze-masked old man, you left in too much of a hurry. It really took me a while to catch up. Everyone's face fell. A clear bell sound floated over. The bell sound was light, but it clearly echoed in everyone's ears. It had a power that shook people's souls, making them feel a bit absent-minded. Soul-controlling bell. The bronze-masked old man's face fell. Yang Kuan, you actually succeeded. You never thought this would happen. Yang Kuan walked out from the tomb, holding an ancient bell in his hand. It was half the size of a fist. The surface was ordinary, but it was filled with the aura of time. Over 100 corpses covered in thick black hair, their eyes glowing green, slowly walked out, surrounding them. In addition, there were over 10 cultivators standing around Yang Kuan. When the bronze-masked old man looked at them one by one, his expression became more and more serious. These cultivators were not ordinary people. A gloomy old man leaning on a cane stood up. Bronze-masked old man, you didn't stay in the Great Zhou country. Instead, you ran over to Southern Xia to get involved, my Southern Xia's treasures. How could we let you foreign cultivators steal them? The bronze-masked old man's pitch-black eyes flashed with a purple glow. It was clear he was using some kind of scouting cultivation technique. The old man beside Yang Kuan, perhaps he was also a triple awakened soul existence in the outside world. Who is your excellency? This old man is Chu Yun. Chu Yun? The Yang Zhan brothers' faces fell. Chu Yun specialized in the ghost path and was proficient in arrays. He was a famous cultivator in the Central State. Ghost cultivator Chu Yun, I've long heard of you, long heard of you. The bronze-masked old man's eyes fell onto a middle-aged man next to Yang Kuan. This middle-aged man was tall, but his face was as pale as paper. On his shoulder was a monkey-like monster beast. His body was filled with a strange aura. This must be your excellency, Hui Chengnin. This pale-faced, middle-aged man slightly raised his head. His eyes were cold. He did not say anything. The bronze-masked old man sighed in his heart. Yang Kuan's strength was very strong. In the ancient tomb, there was no one that could match him. With Chu Yun and Huo Qingyin's help, it was no wonder they passed through the corpse storage cave so quickly and obtained the soul-controlling bell. There was no need to mention Chu Yun, a triple awakened soul cultivator. He was not inferior to the bronze-masked old man or the wind swordsman. The middle-aged man, Wu Qingyin, was only at the second awakened soul layer. He could not be underestimated. The little monkey-like beast was called the evil-breaking beast. It was the family heirloom. It had been raised for 200 years. The process of raising this beast was very difficult and bloody, but its use was very large. It could break through all the evil beings in the world. Hua Chengyin's grandfather began to raise this beast, continuously passing it down for 3 generations, until it reached Hua Chengyin's hands. This beast was very strong. Hua Chenyin brought this beast. He had the ability to wander the ancient tomb without fear. The strong Yang Kuan, the ghost path Chu Yun, the evil-breaking beast Hua Chenyin. In addition, there were 10 cultivators that were not weak, 100 corpse soldiers that could be controlled. The disparity in battle strength, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Yang Kuan had a proud smile on his face. Father won't waste words. Hand over all the treasures you have. Father will give you a quick death. The bronze-masked old man's voice was a bit hoarse. If you kill us, aren't you afraid of retaliation? Retaliation? Ha ha ha. Yang Kuan raised the ancient bell in his hand. His face revealed a crazed expression. With the soul-controlling bell in my hand, I can control 100 black corpses. Each black corpse has the strength of a second or third awakened soul layer cultivator. With this strong army in my hand, where can Southern Xia not go? Even if I go to a large kingdom, it's enough to rule over a territory. Who dares retaliate against me? The soul-controlling bell really was a good thing. They never thought it would fall into the hands of that bastard Yang Kuan. Yang Zhan's group of 5 revealed a look of fear. Sir Yang Kuan, us 5 brothers have no intention of becoming enemies with you. As long as you spare our lives, we 5 brothers are willing to give you everything we have. We will follow Sir Yang Kuan from now on. Central State, 5 blades. Yang Kuan rubbed his chin. You guys have some skill? This sir has the soul-controlling bell. I can control 100 corpses, but I'm lacking a few living people. Good, I won't kill you. The bronze-masked old man's face was filled with anger. Despicable bastards. Thank you, Sir Yang Kuan. Yang Zhan revealed a look of joy. He immediately left the bronze-masked old man, running to Yang Zhan's side. Without any hesitation, he said, Sir Yang, they have the Netherworld Sword and the Thunder Spirit Bead. Ha 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 ha. The heavens are helping me. Yang Kuan's greedy expression became even more exuberant. With these 2 treasures and the bronze-masked old man's wealth, we can definitely hold our own. From then on, we can establish our own sect. We can also become great people. We don't need to be rogue cultivators anymore. Once he said this, Chu Yun and Hua Chenyin both revealed looks of excitement. Why did the 2 of them want to help Yang Kuan? Wasn't it for this purpose? The Central State 5 blades were rogue cultivators. They were bandits. They were the same kind of people. Moreover, their strength was not bad. They could be taken in. As for the others, they could only die. Kai Dai and Yun Yao were in despair. In front was Yang Kuan and the others. Behind them was the 10,000 Coffin Cliff. Yang Kuan's influence was too strong. It was almost impossible to win. The 10,000 Coffin Cliff was one of the most dangerous places in the ancient tomb. The 3,000 coffins array was famous. It was hard to pass step by step, not to mention trying to force their way through. There was no path of retreat in front. There were pursuers behind. It was impossible to advance or retreat. Facing this hopeless situation, it would be hard to escape. What to do? This was simply an unsolvable situation. While Yun Yao and the bronze-masked old man's hearts were heavy. Pay attention. Chu Tian lowered his voice and said to the others, There is still a chance. Follow me. Don't be careless. One wrong step, and everything will be ruined. Remember, this is the only chance to live. Chapter 77. There are still many treasures in this ancient tomb waiting for Father to take. Yang Kuan shook the bell in his hand. The Een corpses that were like statues woke up. Their eyes glowed with a green light. It was like a ghost fire was burning. I don't have time to waste with you. There were over 100 black Een corpses. What a terrifying battle strength. The bronze-masked old man, Yun Yao, flame ghost, ice demon, and Kai-Dai all had ugly expressions. This is bad. What should they do? No matter what they did, it was a dead end. Could they really break through the 3,000 floating coffins? Yang Kuan loudly shouted, "Brother Chu, Brother Hua, do it! Hey, hey, hey!" Chu Yun's body was covered in black demonic flames. An eyeball-shaped source spirit was released. When the demon eye opened, an invisible spiritual energy was released. You can all rest in peace. Demon eye illusion. Everyone felt their bodies tremble. A cold wind blew. 100 ghosts cried out. Countless green-faced evil spirits came out of nowhere, holding tridents in their hands, wanting to take their lives. Pung! The bronze-masked old man gave a shout. His voice was like a beast's cry, dispelling the spiritual attack. He loudly shouted, "It's just an illusion. Don't panic." Yang Kuan coldly snorted and said, "This old ghost has some skills." Hua Chengyin was silent. His eyes became sharp. The monkey-like evil-breaking beast was connected to its master. It spat out a thick black fog from its mouth. In the black fog, there were countless struggling demons. They were the demons that had been refined by the evil-breaking beast for the past 200 years. The evil-breaking beast was worthy of being a strange beast. Not only was it the nemesis of evil spirits, it was not inferior to any awakened soul cultivator. "Let's go." Chu Tian threw out 2 talismans at the critical moment. A large cloud of smoke burst out, blocking Yang Kuan and the other's line of sight. Chu Tian took the lead and charged into the 3,000 floating coffins. Risking their lives, not risking their lives, was also death. Might as well gamble. The bronze-masked old man, Yun Yao, and the others steeled their hearts. They followed Chu Tian. "Everyone don't move." Yang Kuan's vision was blocked by the smoke. He immediately shouted to the people beside him, "Behind them is the 3,000 floating coffins. They can't escape. We'll guard this place. We can't give them a chance to escape." The smoke lasted for more than 10 seconds before gradually dissipating. Yang Kuan's eyes widened. In such a short period of time, they had rushed a few thousand meters and had already reached the cave under the precipice. How could this be? Had the coffin formation lost its effect? Ha 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 ha! Chu Tian stood in front of the cliff cave and raised the Netherworld sword high up as he shouted, "Hey, blockhead, didn't you want the Netherworld sword? Right now, the Netherworld sword is in your father's hands. Don't be a coward. Come and get it." Yang Kuan was enraged. "Destroy them!" Dang, dang, dang. The soul-controlling bell rang a few times. 100 black Yin corpses charged at the cliff. Chu Yun was an expert in formations and knew that the 3,000 floating coffins formation was definitely not ineffective. He hurriedly shouted, "No!" It was too late. The Yin corpses had already charged into the array. Chu Tian's lips curled into a smile. What a complete idiot! The entire precipice began to shake. Boom! Several coffins fell down, just like swords stabbing into the ground. A surging strength came from within and instantly shattered the coffin lids. Numerous bloody figures stood straight inside, their scarlet eyes flashing with a cruel and furious light. Yang Kuan's body trembled. 1,000-year corpse monster. The white-haired Yin corpse was the lowest level, followed by the black-haired Yin corpse, and finally the red-haired Yin corpse. The red-haired Yin corpse had been bred for at least 1,000 years. What kind of concept was 1,000 years? It was the limit of a human's lifespan. The Yin corpses were not living beings. In theory, they had an unlimited lifespan, but after 1,000 years, they could evolve into a 1,000-year corpse monster. This kind of giant transformation, even for the Yin corpses, needed a lucky chance. First, the environment was the deciding factor. The spiritual energy on the continent was not evenly distributed. Places with dense spiritual energy were rich in products and resources, forming a large country. Places with thin spiritual energy were barren and had few treasures, forming a small country. Southern Xia's spiritual energy was thin, unable to give birth to peak existences on the continent. Not to mention 1,000 years, the Een corpses couldn't even become corpse monsters in 10,000 years. These coffins were part of an array and restriction. There was an Een gathering array inside. It was an excellent container for raising corpses. When the Een corpses were placed in the coffins for 1,000 years, they could evolve into a terrifying 1,000-year corpse monster. This Yang Kuan was actually this stupid, with just a casual provocation. This Sha Dan obediently fell for it. Let's go. Chu Tian did not want to fight with the corpse monsters. Even if these fellows couldn't compare to the Spirit King, they shouldn't be too far off. Awakening this many corpse monsters at once, it was enough to make anyone suffer. They charged into the precipice. Damn. Why? Yang Kuan flew into a rage as he roared. Why are they fine? The bronze-masked old man's group was fine, but Yang Kuan had triggered the restriction, instantly awakening several terrifying 1,000-year corpse monsters. Charge in with me. We have to kill them. Yang Kuan roared out hysterically. Pung pung. With several loud sounds, the coffins completely shattered. A blood-red fog was released. It was like a giant red cloud, instantly filling the entire space. This is bad. Corpse poison. Several cultivators that were touched by the red fog began to wail. It was like a strong acid had been poured on their bodies. Their skin began to dissolve. In just a few breaths of time, their entire bodies, from head to toe, it was like they had been skinned alive, turning into a terrifying blood corpse. Ho! The cultivators' pitiful cries gradually turned into roars. Their eyes filled with a scarlet light. Spirit energy erupted from their bodies. It was like a burning flame enveloped their bodies. They turned around and charged at the others. The 1,000-year corpse monster's corpse poison. Not only could it kill people, it could also ignite a cultivator's spirit energy, turning them into terrifying, killing monsters in a short period of time. Useless things. Kill them all for me. Yang Kuan shook the soul-controlling bell. The Een corpses were like a tide, blocking the cultivators controlled by the corpse poison. The evil-breaking beast let out a sharp cry. The black cloud covered their bodies. The corpses of the cultivators twitched. They were instantly corroded into human jerky. We have the advantage in numbers. What are you afraid of? No matter how strong the 1,000-year corpse monsters are, they can't display their strength in the ancient tomb. Kill. Kill for me. Several black Een corpses were like pieces of paper. They were instantly torn to pieces by the corpse monster. The corpse monster was covered in a thick corpse poison. Whoever touched it would die. No one dared to approach. Yang Kuan angrily released his spirit energy. It condensed into a giant golden silhouette. It was like a 3-meter-long, thick, giant golden arm. Golden arm source spirit. Yang Kuan used the power of his source spirit. His strength increased by more than 10 times. A fist flew out at the corpse monster. Giant spirit strong fist. The giant golden fist and the fist condensed from the blood fog collided. The blood fog was very corrosive. It broke down a small part of the golden fist. But in terms of pure strength, Yang Kuan clearly had the advantage. The giant golden fist wildly charged forward, breaking through the blood fog in front of it like a small meteor. It heavily slammed into the corpse monster's chest. When that terrifying strength exploded, the ground began to crack. The air currents surged, flipping over several black corpses. The corpse monster slammed into the cliff like a meteor, creating a large hole. It really was powerful. Because his cultivation technique focused on refining the body, his source spirit could directly increase his physical strength. Under the situation where his spirit energy was sealed, Yang Kuan was able to preserve his battle strength to the greatest extent. With Yang Kuan's current condition, he could still fight against a first or second awakened soul layer cultivator. You guys charging with me. Kill those damn scoundrels. Hu Qingyin's evil-breaking beast continued to release black fog, surrounding them. The evil-breaking beast was the bane of all evil spirits. With the protection of the evil-breaking beast, even the corpse monster did not dare approach. The large group of black ink corpses blocked the corpse monster. Yang Kuan brought Chu Yun, Hu Qingyin, and the 5 Yangzhan brothers under the protection of the evil-breaking beast. They charged through the 3,000 floating coffins. When Yang Kuan, Chu Yun, Hu Qingyin, and the 5 Yangzhan brothers, the 8 of them chased after them. Chu Tian, the bronze-masked old man, Yun Yao, Kai Dai, and the others had already entered the main hall inside the mountain. This palace was not very big. The ground was made of black jade. It was smooth and warm. It was very flat. Other than a few pillars in the main hall, it was completely empty. There were no decorations in sight. On top of each thick pillar, there was a giant black chain tied to it. Several dozen black chains gathered in the center. There was a giant black jade coffin. The black jade coffin was engraved with a fierce demon diagram. It was like a finely chiseled work of art. Several dozen thick black chains locked the coffin. The corpse king was inside the coffin. The bronze-masked old man found it hard to suppress the excitement in his heart. The corpse king was already close. As long as he could obtain the corpse king's inner core, he would have accomplished a great deed for the sect. He would be able to bring glory to his descendants. The black jade coffin, it made people feel a strong sense of unease. Several dozen chains locking it. It did not seem like a good sign. Chu Tian had a very uncomfortable feeling. Are you sure you want to wake up the sleeping thing inside? Yang Kuan and the others can rush in at any time. It's already very difficult for us to deal with them. If the corpse king attacks us, wouldn't that be very bad? Because they haven't come in yet, we still have a chance, the bronze-masked old man said without even thinking. This old man spent a lot of effort to find it. Now that the corpse king is already close, how could I give up halfway? Flame ghost, ice demon, break the seal and open the coffin. Yes, with several pa-pa-pa sounds, it shattered. The black jade coffin chains were all broken. The entire corpse king's main hall began to gently shake. This old thing, why didn't he listen to advice? Do you know how terrifying the corpse king is? Kai Dai's face was pale. Her heart was extremely nervous. Chu Tian took out a talisman and gave it to her. This aura-concealing talisman can isolate your aura. It can keep you safe for a while. This battle, you don't need to participate. Kai Dai revealed a bitter smile. She understood the meaning behind Chu Tian's words. Kai Dai's strength was too weak. She wouldn't be of any use even if she participated in the battle. Instead, she would distract Chu Tian. The corpse king's shaking became stronger and stronger. An ancient evil aura slowly filled the air. The bronze-masked old man stood 10 feet away from the black jade coffin. Everyone prepare yourselves. I'm going to break the coffin. Chu Tian raised the netherworld sword, and Yun Yao raised the thunder spirit bead. Ha! The bronze-masked old man gave a low roar. Black spirit energy condensed. A crescent moon-shaped demonic blade suddenly appeared above his head. The bronze-masked old man's source spirit was a strange crescent moon-shaped demonic blade. Cut! The bronze-masked old man put his hands together and forcefully waved them down. The crescent moon-shaped demonic blade turned into a black light, falling on top of the black jade coffin. A loud sound rang out. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. Chapter 78. The bronze-masked old man's full-strength attack was like a clay ox entering the sea. It barely made a sound. There were hardly any scratches. Not even a spark was produced. This strange scene stunned everyone. The bronze-masked old man flew into a rage out of shame. He controlled his source spirit to attack a dozen times, but the result was the same. The black jade coffin was not damaged in the slightest. All of his attacks were like clay oxen entering the sea. Useless? How could this be? Could it be that he found it with great difficulty, but in the end, he couldn't open it? Chu Tian suddenly sensed something. Wait, there's movement inside. Everyone observed carefully. The black jade coffin trembled slightly, and there seemed to be some cracks on it. These cracks were so small that it was almost impossible to see with the naked eye. This crack was not caused by the bronze-masked old man's attack. It seemed to be spreading from the inside out. There was a power inside the coffin that was causing the incomparably sturdy coffin to crack open. No matter what, the black jade coffin was finally about to open. The bronze-masked old man did not have time to be happy. From the direction of the main hall, there was a sharp whistling sound. His face suddenly changed. They've chased us in. The others were shocked. Of all times, he had to come at this very moment. Ha 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 ha, where do you think you can escape to? Yang Kuan wildly laughed as he charged forward, just like an angry rhinoceros. His right arm was covered in the glow of his golden giant arm source spirit as he charged forward with the might of a mountain. Dai! Chu Tian grabbed Kai Dai and moved to the side. Yun Yao raised the thunder spirit bead high up. The thunder and lightning interweaved to form a giant cover. Boom! The giant golden fist landed on the lightning shield, causing it to cave in. Yun Yao borrowed the power of the thunder spirit bead, but she could only barely block Yang Kuan. Yang Kuan's physical strength was too strong. It was not inferior to the wild beasts. Even if his spirit energy was sealed to below the awakened soul realm, his battle strength was still tyrannical. You're just the weakest of the four young masters. Don't even mention Chu Xinghe. You're far inferior to the other two. Break! Yang Kuan angrily roared. The thunder barrier shattered, and Yun Yao retreated a few steps, barely managing to stand firm. Yang Kuan shouted to the Yangzhan brothers, who had just arrived, "I'll leave the others to you. I'll deal with this woman." Yangzhan laughed arrogantly. "Brothers, kill them." None of them were simple characters. This was going to be a very difficult battle. The bronze-masked old man's face filled with anxiety. "Flame Ghost, Ice Demon, go block them." The Flame Ghost brothers were the sect's new talents brought out by the bronze-masked old man. They were the elites of the younger generation. They grew up in a large country. They cultivated a high-level cultivation technique. Their strength was naturally not weak, although his true strength was much weaker than the Central State's 5 sabers. When they were suppressed to the same realm, the Central State's 5 sabers might not be his match in a one-on-one fight. "Brother Hua, I'll give these 2 kids to you to feed your spirit beasts. Leave this bronze-masked old man to me." Chu Yun threw out a black talisman. The demon ice source spirit shot out a ray of light onto it. The talisman was covered in black flames. It turned into a half-body demon. It held a giant hammer and attacked the bronze-masked old man. The bronze-masked old man summoned the crescent moon demon blade, and with a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye, it slashed across the demonic body like a bolt of lightning, directly splitting the demonic body in half. Ghost Daoist Chu Yun's divine ability is merely SOSO. Jia, it's not over yet. After the demonic body was split in half, not only did it not dissipate, it turned into 2 demonic bodies. The bronze-masked old man's crescent moon demon blade was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it slashed out several times, but the more it slashed, the more the demonic body split. Finally, there were several dozen of them. What kind of strange technique was this? Even a small country's cultivator could not be completely underestimated. In this kind of place where the spiritual energy was thin, to be able to cultivate to the same level as him, it could only mean that he had a lot of fortuitous encounters. His battle strength was not necessarily weaker than his. "Let's go." Chu Tian and Kai Dai held their swords and rushed out. Chu Tian's face was like ice. His hands formed a seal, suddenly striking out. A black seal shot out at Kai Dai. The autumn water sword lit up. The power of a high-grade spirit weapon slashed out. Hum! Kai Dai was forced back several steps. Her strength was the weakest of the group, but relying on the power of the high-grade spirit weapon, she could still display the strength of a peak ninth body refinement layer cultivator. At this time, the evil-breaking beast let out an AO. With a sharp cry, it jumped out from Hua Qingyin's shoulder, turning into a purple blur, whistling out. Too fast. A blur quickly attacked. Chu Tian quickly condensed starlight to protect his body, only to feel his back shake. As if he had been struck by lightning, a burst of burning pain came through. Several deep wounds appeared on his back. Several scratches appeared on the stone pillar next to him. The evil-breaking beast's 2 legs kicked off the stone pillar. Once again turning into a purple light, like a drill, it attacked his chest. A little monkey dared to jump up and down. It almost pooped on this brother's head. Does it really think this brother is easy to bully? Chu Tian directly opened his mind's eye, instantly understanding the evil-breaking beast's movements. His sword blade danced. Thick ghost chi filled the air. A terrifying killing intent directly locked onto the evil-breaking beast. A dazzling cold light slashed out. Hua Qingyin's face changed. Retreat. The evil-breaking beast gave a pitiful cry. Its 2 claws were directly cut off. Hua Qingyin's ice-cold face revealed a look of rage, quickly chanting an incantation. The 2 claws flew in a circle, returning to the evil-breaking beast's body. Injuring my spirit beast. I want you to never be reincarnated. Hua Qingyin was completely enraged by Chu Tian. The evil-breaking beast was connected to its master. It immediately roared towards the sky, spitting out a large amount of demonic chi from its mouth. After this black mist came out from its mouth, it entered the evil-breaking beast's body through its pores. What the hell is this? The 10-centimeter-tall evil-breaking beast suddenly increased in size, turning into a 10-meter-tall strange ape. The strange ape's body was hairless. Its black rock-like skin was covered in complex runes from head to toe. A fierce and manic aura was released from the strange ape's body. Kill him! Hua Qingyin loudly roared. The strange ape's body flickered with light. A giant fist imprint directly pressed into the ground. The strong vibration made it hard for people to stand. Chu Tian dodged quickly, otherwise he would have become a meat patty. This fierce beast's strength was not much different from Yang Kuan's. The strange ape was like it had eaten several tons of aphrodisiac. It was excited and manic. Its fists were like a storm, constantly attacking Chu Tian, each fist creating a large hole in the ground. Chu Tian could only use his hyperfocus to dodge. Like a butterfly passing through flowers, he could occasionally fight back once or twice, but he was still at a disadvantage. How could this brat be as nimble as a loach? Chu Tian could already see. The evil-breaking beast's true purpose was to destroy demonic chi. Although it could use a secret technique to temporarily increase its strength, it was not inferior to the triple awakened soul. On the surface, it was suppressing Chu Tian, but in reality it could not last long. Yang Zhan's eyes flashed with a cold intent. I'll leave these 2 fellows to you. I'll go get the Netherworld sword. A long blade covered in flames directly attacked Chu Tian from behind. Brat, you never would have thought. You will die in my hands in the end. The flames on the long blade became more and more intense, turning into a burning blade of fire. He already saw this brat as an eyesore, so he directly killed him with a single slash to vent his unhappiness. In front of him was the strange ape's attack. Behind him was Yang Zhan's sneak attack. Kai Dai revealed a worried expression because Chu Tian was already in a very dangerous situation. At this critical moment, Chu Tian's lips curled into a cold smile. He no longer held back his spirit energy. A vague sword shadow appeared. Yang Zhan was shocked. Sword source spirit? He had actually been hiding his strength. The demon god's sword source spirit released an ancient and terrifying destructive aura. The Netherworld sword was infused with the demon god's sword's power. The complex runes on the surface began to glow. The sword glow suddenly grew. It was mixed with a vast and boundless divine might. It was like a god of destruction had awoken, releasing a power that could destroy all living things. How is this possible? Yang Zhan felt a terrifying aura cover him. He felt a chill from the depths of his soul. It was like he was in hell, surrounded by mournful screams from the dead. Pa! The bright purple-black sword glow broke the flame blade on the spot. The sword glow mercilessly fell onto Yang Zhan's body. One sword cut Yang Zhan in half. One sword, the head of the infamous Central State Five Sabers. Chu Tian's sword had killed him. The four brothers shouted out in shock, "Big brother!" Chu Tian raised his sword. The demon god's sword source spirit shrouded him, releasing a terrifying might, the endless destructive power condensed into a sword, heavily slashing onto the strange ape's body. Under the terrifying pressure, the strange ape was sent flying several feet, its body shattered on the spot, turning back into an evil-breaking beast. Hu Qingyin's face fell. This is bad. This brat's battle strength was too strong. Even the evil-breaking beast was not his match. Chu Tian was deliberately hiding his strength. When the time was right, he suddenly made his move, without any hesitation, decisive and ruthless. How was he like a young man? He was simply like an old fox that had been through hundreds of battles. What happened? How could this brat be this strong? Yang Kuan was also very shocked. Even Yun Yao with the Thunder Spirit bead was slightly weaker. The winner of today's battle was still unknown. The bronze-masked old man saw that Chu Tian's battle strength far surpassed his expectations. His confidence increased. He used all his strength to control the New Moon Demon Blade, blocking the spirit Taoist Chu Yun's attack. Daring to ruin my plan, leave your life here. Pung! An explosion sounded from behind him. There was no warning at all. The originally quiet black jade coffin suddenly burst open, and a red humanoid figure bounced out from within. This Chu Yun revealed a horrified expression. He quickly withdrew his attack, quickly retreating 10 feet. When the bronze-masked old man felt the aura, his body stiffened. He quickly turned around to look. A terrifying face was right in front of him, not even 10 centimeters away. It was surprisingly a female. It was actually lifelike. From the outside, there was no trace of a Een corpse, only a pair of empty eye sockets. It was like an endless black hole. The most terrifying thing was that face. It was a beautiful and strange fox face. A fox-faced human body monster. What kind of monster was it? Pa! There was no time to react. The fox-faced corpse king slapped out with its palm the bronze-masked old man's head. It was like a watermelon being smashed by a hammer. The whole thing turned into mush. His brains splattered all over the ground. 2 palms tore. Chi La! His entire body was split in half. One half hit the left wall of the main hall. The other half hit the right wall of the main hall. They were both crushed by the terrifying strength. Flame Ghost, an ice demon, revealed looks of shock. Elder! The bronze-masked old man was dead. He was a super expert with a triple awakened soul. He was not inferior to the Silver Wind Swordsman, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow. The corpse king that jumped out of the black jade coffin. From the outline of the body, it should be a female corpse, but there was no trace of a Een corpse. Her skin was pale white, but it was very smooth. There was not a single hair on her body. Long black hair, blood-red clothes, pale white skin. There was no difference from a normal person, other than that strange fox face. The female corpse's stomach bulged out, like a pregnant woman, several months pregnant. It couldn't be. The female demon corpse had a big belly. The black jade coffin had been here for at least a few thousand years. If the female corpse was pregnant with something, it would definitely be an evil monster. This was the Corpse King. It was finally born. Chapter 79. The eyes of the female corpse, which were as deep as black holes, gradually lit up with 2 red lights. They were like 2 lit magic lanterns, emitting waves of aura. Evil thoughts that could make one's heart palpitate and suffocate burst out in all directions. It was like a river flowing backwards, churning in the entire hall. Such a terrifying aura. In just a few seconds, the black hair began to turn white, as if for some reason it was quickly weakening. "You've awakened me." The fox-faced corpse king took a step forward. Its jet-black lips trembled. A sharp voice came from its throat, as if it came from hell. "You're too weak, you're not worthy." Not worthy! What did it mean? This corpse king's intelligence was higher than the spirit king's. The Yang brothers were already scared witless by the corpse king's terrifying aura. "Run!" The four of them turned around to run. The fox-faced corpse king was covered in black chi. Taking a step forward, its body turned into fog, instantly moving 10 meters away. Appearing one palm, a head flew high into the air. One fist, a person's chest shattered on the spot. Taking another 2-3 steps, it was like teleportation, constantly drifting. It easily caught up to the other two. Its two hands grabbed out. 2 beating hearts were completely pulled out. Pa. The 2 hearts were directly crushed. The fox-faced corpse king was too fast. Each movement was like teleportation. People had no way to keep up with its speed. "Yang Kuan!" Chu Tian raised the netherworld sword and shouted, "If you don't want to die, then come together." Too strong. Too strong. The infamous central state, 5 sabers. The corpse king had easily taken care of 4 of them. The corpse king did not use its true strength. Otherwise, once it used its power, everyone would have died. "All right." Yang Kuan nodded. "Brother Hua, Brother Chu, we'll first kill it, then we'll deal with that brat." "You." The corpse king's eyes had a few wrinkles. Its eyes revealed a trace of ridicule. "Ants. You're just a fucking corpse. What are you being so arrogant for?" Yang Kuan angrily roared as he charged out. Both his hands were covered in a golden arm-source spirit, slamming down at the corpse king. The corpse king took a step forward. Its body turned into fog, instantly moving several meters. Yang Kuan's attack completely missed. Chu Yun and Hua Qingyin quickly went to support him. "The corpse king is being held back." Chu Tian shouted to the Flame Ghost brothers, "You can't help. Take Kai Dai away." The elders were all dead. How could the 2 of them dare to stay any longer? He immediately retreated with Kai Dai, Chu Tian, and Yunyao looked at each other. "Let's go." The fox-faced corpse king was surrounded by the 5 of them. Its face was cold and emotionless. Its eyes flashed with a scarlet demonic aura. That terrifying gaze was like a sword, directly piercing through their flesh. The corpse king's hair gradually turned white, and his skin began to show traces of wrinkles, but he did not care, and said word by word, "The weak all have to die." From the 7 orifices of the fox-faced corpse king, a large amount of black, demonic mist exploded out. These condensed into the shape of a skeleton that was more than 10 meters tall. It was indomitable, and with its head held high, it was like a peerless demon king. Yang Kuan shouted in horror, "His mother! This thing has a spirit." Chu Tian stared at the demonic mist skeleton and said, "Undead do not have souls, so naturally they cannot form a source, spirit. The corpse king has been asleep for too long. The Yin Chi has condensed a Hotian soul, so it has awakened something similar to a source soul." Yang Kuan roared, "Who cares what it is? Go, get rid of it." Yun Yao raised the thunder spirit bead high up, and the light it released was as dazzling as the sun. Countless bolts of lightning turned into countless runes, intertwining with each other. It was incomparably profound. This was a kind of power that could suppress a group of demons, instantly filling the entire space, completely sealing off the corpse king's movements. The fox-faced corpse king's eyes released 2 shocking beams of light, and a deep roar came from its throat. Ice cold, disdainful, and even more so a kind of ruthless cruelty. It was like the roar of an ancient demonic beast. The black mist skeleton made its move. It turned into a giant palm, like a few drops of water. The wild strength swept away the lightning energy. When the Spirit King faced the Thunder Spirit Bead, it had no choice but to use its full strength. The fox-faced Corpse King faced the Thunder Spirit Bead's power, but it treated it like child's play. The lightning that naturally restrained demonic beasts had no effect on the fox-faced Corpse King at all. This was not a normal Corpse King. Chu Yun shouted, "The Thunder Spirit Bead's power is not enough. Brother Hua, try using the evil-breaking beast." The evil-breaking beast that had been refined for 200 years had a very high cultivation, and it had an innate ability to restrain demonic beasts. It was because of the evil-breaking beast's cover that Yang Kuan and the others were able to pass through the corpse monsters. Even the 1,000-year corpse monsters feared the evil-breaking beast. The 10,000-year Corpse King should be able to deal with it. The evil-breaking beast stood up from Hua Qingyin's shoulder. It spat out a black cloud that was as dense as ink, instantly surrounding the fox-faced Corpse King. "Refine it." Hua Qingyin's eyes lit up with excitement. This evil fox-faced Corpse King, it was afraid it had cultivated for over 10,000 years. If it could be refined, the evil-breaking beast would evolve several times, becoming a super spirit beast that surpassed the awakened soul realm. The evil-breaking beast controlled the black cloud to touch the demon statue. Aho! The black cloud was like it had met a fan. It was instantly swallowed by the demon statue. The evil-breaking beast gave a pitiful cry. Blood flowed out of its 7 orifices. It fell down from Hua Qingyin's shoulder. "No!" Hua Qingyin roared out. "Aho!" The skeleton demon statue suddenly let out a roar. A spiritual wave burst out. The 5 of them instantly felt a sharp pain, followed by a dark red storm. The entire dark red storm was made up of hundreds of millions of small wind blades. It was like a meat grinder covering them. Hua Qingyin and the evil-breaking beast did not even have a chance to dodge. They were blown into the air by the storm and turned into 1,000 pieces, turning into a rain of blood and flesh. It was blown onto the wall, turning into a very abstract painting. The largest piece was not even the size of a fingernail. The dark red storm was like a tornado. After it destroyed Hua Qingyin, it gathered on top of the Corpse King's head. Its 2 palms suddenly pressed down, condensing into a fist-sized ball of energy. Chu Tian quickly released his glass body. "Careful! It's going to explode." The storm ball exploded, covering several hundred meters. Yun Yao quickly used all her strength to activate the Thunder Spirit Bead, condensing a giant shield of lightning. Yang Kuan quickly used his golden arm source spirit to block it. Chu Yun did not have any strong defensive methods. He could only watch as the dark red storm engulfed his body. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Another one was turned into pieces. The fox-faced Corpse King took a step forward. Coming out from the center of the storm, a fist slammed into the giant shield of lightning. The entire shield of lightning was split apart. The wild strength was released onto Yun Yao's body. Yun Yao was like a kite with a broken string. She flew out several meters, falling into the entrance of the main hall. Several of her bones were broken. The Thunder Spirit Bead lost its luster. She fainted on the spot, completely losing her battle strength. Giant Spirit, strong fist. Yang Kuan raised his giant golden fist. Pung! A slender pale palm easily caught the giant fist. Yang Kuan wanted to withdraw, but he could not do it. He revealed a look of shock. "This is bad." The fox-faced Corpse King's hand passed through the golden arm source spirit, grabbing onto Yang Kuan's arm. The black fog entered Yang Kuan's body. Yang Kuan gave a pitiful cry. His body turned black. His originally strong body, in the blink of an eye, became as thin as a stick. The demon eye flashed. Yang Kuan was crushed by the energy, like powder exploding everywhere. Yun Yao, Yang Kuan, These two strong people were easily defeated. Impossible. It was impossible to win. This fellow was too strong. The ancient tomb's restrictions seemed to have no effect on it. The fox-faced corpse king casually took care of Hua Chengyin, Chu Yun, Yun Yao, and Yang Kuan. Finally, it turned its head. Its demonic eyes fell onto Chu Tian. It did not seem to be in a rush to make a move. Rather, it sized up Chu Tian, using a hoarse voice to say, "You and them are not the same." While it was speaking, the fox-faced corpse king's hair was half white. The fox-faced corpse king coldly said, "I'll give you a chance. Make your move." How strong was Yang Kuan's body? He was easily killed. Chu Tian did not dare to fight the corpse king head-on. The ring on his right hand was activated. A sword chi swept out. Chu Tian did not expect to injure the corpse king. He just wanted to stall for time. He took this chance to rush over to Yang Kuan's broken body. His right hand picked up the old bell. The fox-faced corpse king stretched out a finger, gently flicking it. A strange power came from its fingernail. It changed the direction of the sword chi, shooting it back at Chu Tian. Damn, there was simply no solution. In terms of speed, Yun Yao could not compare to Chu Tian. In front of the corpse king, he was simply like a snail. Chu Tian released the demon god's sword spirit. The netherworld sword released a bright sword glow. A single slash shattered the blue sword chi. Almost in an instant, the corpse king took a step forward, teleporting in front of him. Its right hand reached out, grabbing onto the blade. This is bad. Chu Tian had no way of pulling back his sword. Instead, there was an irresistible force. The netherworld sword was taken away by the corpse king. It was disarmed. It's over. Chu Tian had never been in close contact with the corpse king before. That strange fox-like face, that deep-set eyes glowed with a cruel red demonic light. An unprecedented dangerous aura covered his body. Yes. No. The fox-faced corpse king saw Chu Tian's source spirit. Its demonic eyes flickered a few times. It revealed a look of disappointment. No, you are not the person the sacred lord is waiting for. Killing intent. It erupted like a landslide and a tsunami. The fox-faced corpse king's killing intent. Chu Tian would die without a doubt. There was no other way. He had to gamble. A terrifying pressure erupted from Chu Tian's body. An incomparably fierce shadow impressively appeared on top of his body. The fox-faced corpse king, facing the shadow source spirit, its body trembled. It couldn't help taking a few steps back. The fox-faced corpse king was stunned. It actually stopped its attack. At this time, the corpse king's hair had completely turned white, like an old man with one foot in the grave. His demonic lantern-like eyes stared unwaveringly at the blurry shadow. His bewitching and strange fox face changed from bewilderment to shock, and finally, gradually revealing a pious expression. Yes, it's you. The prophecy is true. The fox-faced corpse king's pseudo-skeleton source spirit. It trembled and gave a low roar. It collapsed. It was like it was unable to resist the divine might of the shadow source spirit. What kind of nonsense was this corpse king talking about? Forget it for now. Who cares? Escaping was more important. This wasn't called escaping. This was called a strategic retreat. Who told this fellow to be too abnormal? The ancient tomb's restrictions were useless against it. What was there to fight? Under the cover of the shadow source spirit's power, Chu Tian floated in the air. Like an arrow, he escaped several dozen feet, like lightning.